We now come to item 501, the clergy conduct rules. Members will need order paper 3, a copy of the rules, GS 2446, and the explanatory notes, GS 2446X. Members' attention is drawn to the financial statement in the 5th notice paper, paragraphs 13 to 16.
Bill 339, is the House... Amanda Robbie, Lichfield 339, point of order. Is the House of Bishops quorate?
That will be investigated. Would members of the House of Bishops stand up? And this is members of the House of Bishops. Who are members of the House of Bishops? We are, the House of Bishops is quorate. Thank you. The Archbishop is required to name the point of order which he has just... Our procedure is as follows. First, the Dean of the Arches and Auditor will move item 501A. That is the preliminary motion that the rules be considered. And this will provide members with an opportunity to make general comments about the rules or to raise specific points which do not relate to the amendments on the order paper. If the preliminary motion at item 501A is carried, we will then move to the amendments set out on the order paper. And members who wish to comment on an amendment should not do so in the debate on item 501A, but should reserve their comments for the debate on the amendment in question. So I call the Dean of the Arches and Auditor to move item 501A, that the clergy conduct rules be considered. The Dean may speak for not more than 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Synod. In 1723, Mr. Justice Fortescue gave judgment in a dispute between a Dr. Richard Bentley and the Masters and Scholars of the University of Cambridge. Dr. Bentley had been stripped of his degrees and rights and privileges on account of his refusal to pay the sum of £4 to the university. Don't worry, we're not going back to the legal fees order. A figure he considered excessive. Dr. Bentley sued on the basis that he had not been given a right to defend himself. The judgment of the High Court set the dispute in theological terms. The laws of God and man both give the party an opportunity to make his defence, if he has any. Even God himself did not pass sentence upon Adam before he was called upon to make his defence. Adam, says God, where art thou? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? And the same question was put to Eve also. The book of Genesis therefore provides the very first set of procedural rules in history. I am grateful, before you all laugh at my wit and wisdom, I am grateful to the very learned Edward Dobson, who sits behind me, for this wonderful snippet of legal history, which he reminds me he did once cite to me in court. And so, with smiles and laughs, this sets the scene for this important piece of synodical work. The new clergy conduct measure delivers the statutory architecture to replace the clergy discipline measure, and it's very new. It received the royal assent on Thursday. The Clergy Conduct Rules 2026 provide the procedural engine, the muscle and the sinew, if you like, required to make that new architecture function. Time does not allow me to detail every aspect of the rules. I'm sure you'll be desperately disappointed to learn. I will, however, highlight the key provisions, and you may be assisted by the flowchart that appears at pages 48 to 53 of the explanatory notes. I was interested in yesterday's debate about ways of communication and things that some of us find easy and some of us find difficult. Flowcharts for me are a complete no-no, but I know for many of you they're very helpful, so do turn to them. The rules are divided into 24 parts that sequentially chart the lifespan of a complaint, from laying it before the bishop to final appeal. At the core of the rules is the overriding objective contained in Part 2, which mandates that all complaints must be dealt with justly, expeditiously, and proportionately, alongside a strict duty for all parties to cooperate with the proceedings. Parts 3 to 4 outline the formal requirements for making a complaint, including the statutory time limits and the required forms, and you'll find the forms in Schedule 1. It also establishes safeguarding provisions for vulnerable participants, detailing the appointment and role of litigation friends to represent children or individuals who lack legal capacity or who suffer from a disability. Part 5 establishes the referral process and the triage mechanisms used by lead assessors to categorise complaints into 3 distinct tracks based on severity, a key feature of the architecture of the measure itself. And members will note that where time periods have been set, these are short. See, for example, Rule 13, where a period of 5 days for the responsible bishop to refer the complaint to the lead assessor is required. In setting these periods, the committee was mindful of the need to ensure that cases proceed without delay. Parts 6 and 8 are important, as they provide the distinct procedural rules for the handling of each track of complaint. In each case, the committee has sought to ensure that sufficient time is given for proper investigation of the complaint, but in a manner which is proportionate to the seriousness. For cases of misconduct, this has been placed at 4 months from the date of referral to the case assessor, and for serious misconduct at 5 months from date of referral to the investigations and tribunal team. Crucially, the difference between this system and the current CDM system is that investigation takes place as part of the process and not before a complaint is made, and we very much intend that this will provide for an overall quicker process. Members will see that for grievances, Rule 20 provides for no statutory deadline, but simply that after the respondent has provided an answer, the designated person must decide on the outcome. The intention is not to let matters drag on, but to encourage quick decision making on these minor matters. And the grievance process will be accompanied by detailed guidance in the Code of Practice on the approach that the designated person will take to resolution of complaints. For most serious matters, parts 11 to 13 provide very robust case management powers to the chair of a tribunal or court, mirroring best practice in the secular courts. In particular, provision in Rule 61 is made for special measures for vulnerable witnesses, and Rule 55 provides for a prohibition on the cross-examination of vulnerable witnesses by a respondent without a lawyer, and Rule 62 allows for the making of privacy orders to protect the identity of any person when the tribunal or court considers it appropriate to do so. Synod will recall that in February this year, the measure was amended to provide that hearings would be in public, but with exceptions provided for in the rules. And Rule 57 sets out 2 grounds where a hearing may be wholly or partly in private. Firstly, to protect the privacy of a child or protected party giving evidence in person, or secondly, to prevent the prejudice of the proceedings. And the rule provides a high test of the court or tribunal being satisfied that one or both of those grounds is met and that it is necessary to sit in private. Part 16 sets out the procedure for deposition from holy orders following the imposition of a lifetime prohibition. For deacons and priests, this will be carried out by the relevant bishop with an appeal to the archbishop of the province. For bishops or an archbishop, deposition is by resolution of the upper house of the relevant convocation, but with a right for the bishop to appear before the upper house and make submissions. Part 23 and Schedule 2 make provision for this system to apply to clergy serving in royal peculiars for complaints of serious misconduct, implementing the decision made by Synod in February this year. And finally, Schedule 3 sets out requirements for publishing decisions that have been made at each stage. The table at paragraph 302 of the explanatory notes, page 46, I feel as I'm leading a service of worship from Common Worship with all those pages and books, explains this in a more accessible format, and you can all navigate that. The committee has sought to strike a balance here. The rules provide that there is no requirement to publish the outcome of grievances or minor case management decisions, such as allocation of a complaint to a particular track. Conversely, decisions relating to misconduct and serious misconduct findings, restriction orders, suspension, restraint orders and penalties, including deposition from holy orders, must all be published. Finally, some decisions, such as reviews and appeals or dismissals of vexatious complaints, do not have to be published, but may be if requested or if the President thinks fit. There will be a code of practice to accompany the legislation that will be brought to Synod for consultation on it. The Clergy Conduct Rules 2026 provide a framework that is proportionate, efficient, and deeply mindful of the humanity of everyone involved. They protect the vulnerable, they empower decisive case management, and they defend our clergy against weaponized complaints. I commend these rules to you and move that they be considered. Thank you.
Item 501A is now open for debate. The speech limit is initially 5 minutes. If you don't need to take 5 minutes, then please take less. Okay. Andy Salmon, followed by Bruce Brant-Scott.
Andy Salmon, Manchester 172. Really, I'm Salford, but you know. I won't take 5 minutes. Mine is a very, very simple and very little thought. When I'm looking through it, and I've struggled because there's an awful lot of this, isn't there? And I haven't read enough of it in thorough detail like all of you have. But one thought that occurred to me, having dealt with, having been subject to allegations under CDM, I received forms 2 and 3 in an email to fill out. And the formatting was a struggle. So it's just a plea that as we produce these rules, could we ensure that the forms are a nice, easy, because it's just one of those extra things when you're under stress, because you're being, you know, hassled, that you have to struggle with a difficultly formatted form. And I see nothing in here that says that the forms can't be online forms, which I think would make a lot more sense these days if the forms were online. And I'll bow to any advice about that, but it would seem to me that it would be a positive thing if they could be online, so they're nice and simple to fill out. Thank you.
Bruce Brian Scott, Europe 113. Thank you, Chair, members of Synod, Worshipful Dean. There you are. I rise just to speak to my experience in a different province of the Anglican Communion around the service of documents. One of the things I did notice and I found quite shocking was that people would receive by first-class registered mail these documents, and it would be the first instance that they had that anything was going to be happening, that they would be charged under the old CDM, and from the looks of it, much the same would be happening under this. I commend the vast amount of work that has gone on behind all of this, but my hope would be that in addition to what has been written under Part 22, that they might adopt best practices of human resources work. I know most of you clergy don't think of yourselves as employees. I have never been anything else but an employee of the Anglican Church of Canada in its various dioceses, and today part of the Anglicaniki Ecclesias Dinalava. And there's nothing really to be afraid of that. But back in Canada, we were governed by employment law and human rights legislation. And we ignored that to our peril. And there were instances where, as an archdeacon, I was hauled into a human rights tribunal, and where I also addressed employment insurance issues because of the dismissal of some clergy with cause. It's devastating, I think, for individuals to receive this. Even when they admit the substantial truth of the allegations against them afterwards, they are in incredible distress, very often shock. And so it takes them a while to absorb what is being said to them. In many cases, it literally means the end of their career. So my hope is that in addition to the ways in which this is being served, is that a personal pastoral element might be brought into this. And I'm not sure who the right person would be, whether it be a bishop, archdeacon, registrar, or some, probably not the chancellor, but someone who can deliver this in person, get a signed receipt, and can then say, okay, we understand there's a huge power differential here between the institutions of the church, bishop, diocese, national church, and yourself. Here are your options around legal assistance. If you don't understand anything in the allegations made against you, here's where you can go and speak to someone to get clarification about the procedures, etc. I know it can get much more complicated here than it can back in my home country of Canada, but my hope is that we can nevertheless be just as pastoral as we tried to be back there. Thank you.
The Prolocutor of York, followed by, on Zoom, Vincent Whitworth.
Kate Wharton, Liverpool 157. Thank you, Chair. As many of you will recall, I have spoken in this chamber...
Excuse me, I'm going to stop you, Kate, because we can't hear you.
You can't
the
hear
microphone
me.
needs
I'm
to be
so sorry.
activated.
I thought I couldn't, but I wasn't sure. Shall I move to that one? Oh, no, there it is. Is that better? Great. Kate Wharton, Liverpool 157. Thank you, Chair. As many of you will recall, I have spoken in this chamber a great number of times with regard to the clergy conduct measure as the chair of the steering committee. I was delighted when the Synod first passed the motion relating to the CCM, and then again after we reintroduced and amended it in February. I was delighted when the Ecclesiastical Committee found it expedient. I was delighted when it passed through the House of Lords recently, and then when it received royal assent just a few days ago. The CCM, as you will appreciate, has taken up a lot of my thinking and working over these past years. I will rejoice when it is at last in place and we can say farewell for good to the CDM. Not because we wish for the CCM to be used, but because, unfortunately, we recognise that there will always be a need for disciplinary processes and procedures until our Lord returns. And given that, they should be as robust and as clear and as kind as they can possibly be. I'm grateful to the Dean of the Arches for her report. I am also a member of the Rule Committee. Apparently being prosecutor means I'm a member of all of the committees. It has been good through that committee to consider these rules which we bring before you today. I want to encourage us, Synod, not to disengage from the process because we are not quite there yet. We need to discuss and approve the rules which are before us. We need to consider the proposed amendments today. We will also need to discuss at some point the code of practice. There will be local training to be carried out. Each stage brings us closer to the day when the CCM is the disciplinary process with which we work. Please stay engaged in these discussions, and please also report back to your parishes, deaneries and dioceses, so that people there are aware of where this is all up to. Since February, we have moved from the legislative to the implementation part of this process. We all need to remain engaged and involved so that we are aware of this wider process and can contribute to it. Whether we are clergy, laity or bishops, whatever our personal experience may or may not have been with the CDM, I continue to believe that the CCM represents a far better process for the whole Church. By our approving these rules today, we get one step closer to its inception. Thank you.
Thank you. Vincent Whitworth on Zoom.
Vinnie Whitworth, 175 Manchester. Thank you for calling me. I speak in favour of adopting these rules, particularly as we make progress in moving to the new clergy conduct measure. But I do want to highlight an area that we do need to do some more work on, which is the role of conciliation, particularly after complaints of misconduct are made against clergy. I'm quite concerned that a recent report by the Clergy Discipline Commission that reported that back in 2025 last year, allegations of misconduct against clergy rose to 119 cases. But actually the number of complaints referred to conciliation was 0. How can this be when reconciliation and forgiveness is at the heart of the gospel? Even though the rules refer to conciliation in Part 7, Rule 29, we do need to do more work in ensuring that there is proper opportunity for conciliation between parties, regardless of whether there was a case to answer or the complaint was vexatious and unfounded. Rule 29 states that conciliation can take place when the two parties agree to conciliation. But the problem with this is how do the parties agree to conciliation when they've been instructed not to communicate during the investigation? Never mind the fact that actually parties may not feel safe contacting the other party. There needs to be clearer guidance and action from responsible bishops or those supporting the process at this point to ensure that conciliation is offered to the parties involved. And furthermore, just as a general point, I think there needs to be much greater support for all parties involved in misconduct cases once a formal decision has been made. Once a bishop or a president has made a formal decision, to my knowledge, there is little follow-up or support for parties involved in misconduct cases, hence why I think 0 cases were referred to conciliation last year. So could I just ask that we look at this whole area of conciliation again, please? Thank you very much.
Paul Benfield, and I noticed that all the speakers in the debate so far have been members of the House of Clergy, so I want to be sure that any members of the House of Laity are. Thank you.
Blackburn 66. I am in support of that we should go on and approve these rules, but I am concerned about the period in which the respondent has to make a response to any complaint, particularly when it's misconduct or serious misconduct. It is only 14 days. Now, that is a very short period, particularly if the clergyman concerned or clergywoman concerned isn't expecting a complaint. It's all a bit of a shock. And then they've probably got to get arrangements for legal aid and a solicitor to help them. To do all that in 14 days is really impractical. Now, I know the rules say that that period can be extended. Indeed, it can be shortened if the relevant person or body says so. But there doesn't seem to be any guidance as to how that should happen, how that discretion should be exercised. I would hope that the Code of Practice can deal with that to make it clear that there is a reasonable time for anyone who has a complaint against them to put in a proper and legally proper response with legal advice so that it helps the process move on more smoothly.
Julie Siegel.
Jube Siegel, Oxford 377. Sorry, I just wanted to respond about conciliation. I'm a member both of the Rule Committee and of the Clergy Discipline Commission. And the Clergy Discipline Commission did look at this, and it's not that conciliation isn't used, it just tends to be used before the complaint is made. And so, you know, us working together to resolve these situations is happening, and possibly it could be happening afterwards as well. But please don't think that the conciliation is completely abandoned. We are Christian people. It's just that the complaints tend to happen once that has already been tried and has sadly failed.
I see no one standing, so I call on the Dean to reply to the debate on item 501A. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all who have contributed. And I think what I've heard from all of you is a desire for these rules to be approved and for us to get on with the implementation of the whole new scheme. And thank you for that. Andy Salmon, first of all, the forms, I hope you will find the new forms simpler. Yes, they can be or will be accessible online. There will be a whole new website for the clergy conduct system and guidance. And in the guidance, care can be taken to give advice about how to navigate the forms. Bruce Bright-Scott. Yes, again, the guidance can give good practice advisory provisions to bishops and others in relation to communications. In some cases, for example, deposition, then service is required from the bishop or his or her representative themselves. And very importantly, if that letter drops through the letter box, there will be, it will be made clear in there that there is a provision for pastoral support. Pastoral support will be offered. Kate, thank you very much for your enthusiasm to be getting on with this. Robust, clear, and as kind as possible. These are the principles in the Rules Committee that we have sought to enshrine in the rules, and also to assure you, I'm sure you know this already, but other members of Synod as well, that training plans for producing training materials for setting up the new scheme are already in place. Vincent Whitworth, encouraging conciliation, and Julie Ziegel, you spoke about conciliation as well. Yes, please get the message out there that conciliation is there, it's recognised within the scheme, and also Julie, I think, was speaking about pre-complaint conciliation. These are important ways forward to try to minimise the times in which the new measure will have to be invoked, and if it is invoked, to arrive at conciliated rather than compelled outcomes. Paul Benfield, time limit. We cogitated very anxiously about time limits in the committee, and certainly we examined the argument that you make about that. At the same time, we see that there is a need to focus minds, particularly to focus on something which you may not particularly want to focus on, not you personally, but the recipient may not want to focus on. So it's good to encourage a speedy response, but you'll find in the measure that the tribunal has power to extend the time limits when necessary. So thank you all very much, and it's right that we finish on the topic of time. The swiftest way to get this new scheme up and running, which I think everybody wants, is to vote the rules through today. Thank you very much indeed.
So I put item 501A to the vote. This is by show of hands or green ticks on Zoom. All in favour, please indicate. Thank you. Those opposed, red crosses on Zoom. That is carried. So we proceed now to the amendments at items 509 to 520. And for the amendments, the 25-member procedure applies. And this means that the mover of each amendment will have up to 5 minutes to speak to it. I will then call the Dean to speak for not more than 5 minutes in reply. If the Dean does not indicate that she wishes the debate on the amendment to continue, the amendment will lapse and cannot be voted upon unless 25 members stand or otherwise indicate that they wish the debate to continue. So I call the Reverend Neil Robbie to move his amendment at item 509. He may speak for no more than 5 minutes.
Lichfield 143. I want to start by saying a great debt of gratitude is owed to Edward Dobson and Kate and Morag and the whole, was it commission or a revision committee or something like that. This legislation and the rules before us are a giant leap forward in the difficult area of clergy accountability. Thank you very much indeed. I have tabled 2 amendments that are a tweak to only one part of the process, which I think strengthen the rules in 2 essential respects, which are clarity and fairness. Clarity, first of all. The Sheldon Hub report, commissioned to find out what was wrong with CDM, one of the central findings was that where confusion exists between roles or informal and formal processes, this created anxiety for respondents and stress for senior clergy. Clarity of roles and processes are necessary for the sake of all involved. So my concern arises from the measure clause 23.2, which I spoke about in the February group of sessions, which perpetuates some of the worst CDM confusion, and the rules now enshrine that. In clause 23.2, we read that the designated person appointed under section 22.2 must, in investigating and seeking to resolve the grievance, act in accordance with the rules. So under this clause, the designated person wears 2 hats, simultaneously investigating and reconciling, changing hats without ever changing seats. One moment they're encouraging openness and honesty and candour, and the next they may be deciding whether what's just been said should trigger disciplinary proceedings escalated back up to misconduct or serious misconduct. The lack of clarity creates stress for the designated person and anxiety for the respondent, and so we need clarity at that point of which process is being followed. The rules before us are also written in order, and I quote the rules, to ensure that complaints are dealt with justly, ensuring the parties are on an equal footing, but the CCM rules don't place the parties on an equal footing at the place of resolving a grievance. The pastoral reconciliation, which we've already heard is the right priority of the church. We are reconciled to God in Christ, and we have a ministry of reconciliation, But in clause 23.2, it says, at any time before resolving the grievance, at any time before resolving the grievance, the designated person may refer the complaint back to the lead assessor with the recommendation it should be allocated instead as a complaint of misconduct or serious misconduct. So one party is free to speak openly, and the other is under the threat of escalation. The process as it stands is therefore unworkable. What will result? Some clergy will refuse to enter conciliatory talks for fear of escalation. Others will take the risk, being cagey, not wishing to be thought of as hiding something, but treading a fine line, and it will result in less than conciliation. This will end up with, as it happened under CDM, unresolved conflict within church families, and church families cannot live with unresolved conflict, so either the clergy leave or those who were complaining about them leave. Now, of course, a blanket protection cannot be applied to conversation. I'm going to ask that we consider creating a space where safe conversations can be held, without prejudice space. We can't apply blanket protection to those conversations because during conversations, safeguarding concerns may arise, where a victim has been reticent to share too much but builds in trust and then shares openly, or a shambolic, disorganized member of the clergy whose expense claims are never put in on time and all seem to be unreceipted, turns out to have embezzled £5,000. What then? So I propose my amendments to create a space where conversations can be had without threat of escalation. Perfect love drives out fear, and fear has to do with judgment. The amendments don't weaken CCM, they strengthen trust and confidence in the grievance process. They separate reconciliation from investigation so that each can do its proper work. Resolution should mean resolution, not investigation by another name. And so please support these two amendments. They're essentially the same. I move the amendment standing in my name. Thank you.
I call the Dean to reply. She has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Neil, and for very graciously sharing your speech with me last night and our conversation last night, which is helpful. We share a desire for this to be fair and for it to be clear. We do differ as to the best ways to achieve that. And in what you've just said, you referred a few times to clause 23, and that's actually section 23 of the measure, and the measure received royal assent on Thursday. And so we can't unpick the measure, and the rules, as I was explaining last night, have to sit within the four corners of the measure. They're not allowed to stray outside, otherwise they become unlawful. And the measure enshrines the things which you feel concern about, and we can't do anything about that. So in a sense, that's the beginning, middle and end of that. But I will just say a few more things which I hope will help everybody to follow this. An important feature of the new system is the arrangements for complaints handling and the triaging, as it's called in the accompanying note, and those are set out in sections 20 to 28 of the measure. And rather than having everything going through labelled misconduct, we have three. It's a bit like the three bears. We have grievances, and then a middle category of misconduct, and then an upper category of serious misconduct, and different procedures kick in for dealing with those proportionately, as we believe. And section 23 provides for the person designated to investigate and seek to resolve a grievance, they are required to refer it to the lead assessor with a recommendation that it be reallocated as a misconduct or serious misconduct if they reach a point where they think that that needs to happen. And that's an important duty, having regard, amongst other things, to safeguarding and to our citizens' duties with regard to criminal offences, as you recognise with the carve-out. And so that's essential. Part 6 of the rules deals with complaints which are allocated as grievance and sets out a very clear requirement for a respondent to respond to the complaint. And there are 4 options. You admit in whole or part. If no admission, you respond. If there's a partial admission, you specify clearly which is which and you respond on the disputed bit. So there's a number of options. This, I suggest, Synod, is clear and fair. The respondent is asked to set out their response, fair and square, to give their version of events, like Adam answering God in the garden, and then they are also required under the rules, if the clergy person admits, to propose a way forward for resolution. So that is very clear what needs to happen there. And then the designated person gets on and determines it. The designated person may or may not be a lawyer, and I'll come back to that. Rule 22 provides for reallocation to one of the more serious tracks, and there are timescales to ensure that this happens quickly. Neil, your suggested amendment, I suggest to members of Synod, would blur that clarity. It would take the response to a grievance out of the realm of an open response and introduce effectively a legally qualified, without prejudice response. As you have recognised, that can't be a blanket thing because of safeguarding and because of potential criminal things. But how is the designated person meant to tease out which bits are without prejudice and which bits can't or shouldn't or don't deserve to be dealt with as without prejudice? Remember that they may not be a lawyer, that this is meant to be a process which is not driven by people like me. So it would turn a simple procedure into one which became fraught with procedural difficulties. So that is why I resist the amendment. Thank you.
As the Dean is not content for this amendment to be debated, it will lapse unless I see 25 members indicating that they wish the debate to continue. There are 25 members. So item 509 is now open for debate. Speech limit still 5 minutes, but please take less if you can. Yes. Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Catherine Shelley, Leeds 137. It's a bit pointless because actually this amendment can't be made to the overall legislation, even if something were to be brought into the rules. I don't think it would do anything to help the process. The reality is, if things that were said in one setting were treated as without prejudice and therefore couldn't come into further proceedings, you'd just have to reinvestigate the thing over again. So it'd actually extend things, double the jeopardy, make it more difficult for all parties, both complainants and respondents. So I really don't think this has any merit at all. Thank you.
Carl Fender, Lincoln 343. I oppose this amendment. I do think the optics of this proposal are really bad if we were to introduce it into the rules. From my own professional life, I've seen parallel processes which have a common factual origin. Often a party puts forward a set of facts that suit them in process A, then spins them a little differently in process B because it suits them to do so. Statements made in process A can often be admitted into process B and vice versa, and if there are significant differences between them, it can be a proper basis for cross-examination to expose the lie in one statement or in one process or another. So in a response to any complaint, a respondent, in my view, should be expected to put forward a response which is factually accurate. The version of events that they say happened, which is a denial or a partial admission or a mixed response, at the first time of asking and not have an opportunity to, as it were, present it in a without prejudice bubble. So I think to introduce this would be a bad look for our church if it was to be allowed to be introduced into the rules. So for those reasons, I think we should vote against this amendment. Synod, thank you.
Clive Scowen. Does anybody else wish to speak? Yes, Debbie Bugs.
Clive Scowen, London 358. First, I wasn't wholly sure from the Dean's speech whether she was saying that these amendments were ultra vires or not. I assume from the fact that they haven't been ruled out of order that they are considered to be intra vires, and therefore can be lawfully made even within the statutory framework, which obviously we cannot at this point change. I just want Synod to grasp the force of the point that Mr. Robbie is making. I see all the difficulties, and part of me agrees with what Carl Fender says about the look of it and all of that. But the problem is that we have legislated for a procedure, a grievance procedure, which is intended not to lead to penalty but to reconciliation. And then we put in charge of that somebody who is also investigating. And the consequence is that any well-advised clergy person will simply not take part in the grievance procedure and the reconciliation that is sought. That's the problem. Now, I don't know, because I wasn't involved, to what extent this has been thought of before, whilst it was going through revision. And of course, at that stage, one's looking at the measure and not the rules. But there is something fundamentally absurd, frankly, about the expectation that anybody's going to use this procedure under these circumstances. So I'm going to vote for this because I think the point needs to be made, though I think it's unlikely that most people will, but there we are. But whatever the outcome, this has got to be thought through further. And if it requires a little bit of amending legislation in the next miscellaneous provisions measure, so be it. We do want the whole package to work. And frankly, it will be embarrassing, to put it mildly, if we finish up with one of the three routes effectively useless because everybody who's invited to participate in it chooses either not to or to do so in such a limited way that it achieves nothing. So, Chair, I'm concerned that we've got this far with this particular problem unresolved. And I hope that whatever they vote today, further consideration will be given to how this actually could be made to work.
Debbie Bugs, London 353. Similarly to Clive, and referring to the standing orders, I see that the Business Committee must exclude from the agenda and any notice paper relating to it, Part C, any business not otherwise in order. So if Morag has this right, I understand that the Business Committee, i.e. their legal advisors, would have ruled this out of order and it wouldn't be in front of us. So I think we've potentially got two different legal opinions, because I know fine chap that Neil Robbie is, he wouldn't have come up with this wording without the aid of the legal department in sort of behind the scenes. So I think we have got a problem with being told effectively two different things, and clearly we've got to get this addressed, and I will be voting for this amendment. Thanks.
Yes, please, thank you. And would anyone else like to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Rebecca Hunt, Portsmouth 386. As the Centre Manager of Christian Legal Centre, we've supported many clergy in defending themselves against CDM. So I hope that what I can say might be a useful contribution. I also agree with all the other speakers that this new framework represents an excellent and massive improvement on what we had before. So I do want to thank everybody who's worked so hard in making this possible. But I do think that the concern that Neil has raised is very important, because the resolution stage is the thing that we were missing from the CDM process. And what made it such a blunt instrument was the fact that we didn't have a low-level resolution process. So if this is not going to work, then it's going to mean that all the work on the new process is largely undermined. I think that it would be good legal advice to say to somebody in these circumstances that they shouldn't say anything in the grievance process if the risk is that it will then be used against them later if it then becomes a misconduct matter. So I hope that there is some way of this problem being resolved, and I think Clive Scowen has suggested what we might be able to do. So I hope that people might consider voting for the amendment. Thank you.
The Dean has asked to speak, which she is entitled to do under the procedure we are using. So I'm going to invite the Dean to speak again in the debate, after which, as no one else is standing, I will invite Mr. Robbie to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, I would remind Synod that Synod, including those who have supported this amendment, voted unanimously for Clause 23, as it then was, now Section 23 of the measure. There has not been oversight or an overlooking of something here, and this was accepted entirely by Synod. I would also ask Synod to bear in mind that the first two speakers, Catherine Shelley and Carl Fender, are both practicing lawyers, along with Rebecca Hunt. Rebecca says that good advice would be to go into the grievance process and say nothing. Carl Fender, who is a practicing barrister and does these things, says, no, that would be really bad advice because you would open yourself up to cross-examination in future proceedings. I suggest that is good legal advice tactically, but much, much more importantly, what this is meant to achieve, as Neil and Clive and Rebecca have said, is reconciliation. It's intended for things like the vicar has been 10 minutes late for one funeral, 15 minutes late for another funeral. There needs to be some investigation of that. There needs to be a hearing of the people who've been hurt by that. There needs to be a hearing of what the reasons for that lateness might have been, and then a position being reached where the parties can understand one another and reconcile with one another. That is the sort of thing that this is designed for, and I believe that it is well suited to that. The other important procedural point to make is, firstly, that the question of whether or not a proposed amendment would be ultra vires is not one for the Business Committee to rule on, first point. And the second point is this, and I apologise if I was misunderstood. What I was explaining to Mr. Robbie when I spoke earlier was that his speech attacks, if you like, section 23. He called it clause 23, but those were the sections which he was seeking to attack. Those were the things that he said were wrong in principle, and that is the measure itself. So I wasn't suggesting that his proposed amendment was ultra vires. What I was suggesting was that the reasoning that he brought forward to support it was misguided because it was attacking the measure. Now, if this is all starting to sound a bit nasty and legalistic, I apologise on a Saturday afternoon, but it is very, very important to be clear about this ultra vires point. But members of Synod, as I say, when all is said and done, this can work, this grievance process can work, I suggest is a welcome change. As you all voted last summer and in February this year, it's a welcome introduction to the system, which we don't have at the moment, and it is workable. Synod, please do not support this amendment. Thank you.
I see no one else standing, so I call Mr. Robbie to reply. He has up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to go back till yesterday when I spoke about being neurodivergent. I don't know what did I say, clause rather than section? And actually, we are talking about the rules, not the measure. And it's section 6 of the rules into which all the detail of the clauses I mentioned, the sections I mentioned have been written. So if you go to section 6 of the rules, you'll see the first thing referred to is the designated person can refer back at any point during this process to escalate back up the line. And then it goes through all the ways that the reconciliation will be done. And then at the end it says, then the designated person should decide whether or not to refer it back up. So I think the clauses I quoted, the sections I quoted from the measure were only to illustrate the whole of section 6 in the rules. That's the first point. The second is that I think we're discovering that oil and water don't mix. We've got legal, investigation and judgment trying to mix with pastoral reconciliation, and lawyers, and it's very clear from this debate to me that lawyers are thinking legally and clergy will be thinking pastorally, and they don't mix. We either have a legal process or we have a reconciliation process, and that's what my amendment seeks to do. And I want to tell you my own personal story without prejudice. I was 4 months into my third CDM and was expecting a decision at the end of the week. I was so relieved that the end was coming. And then the phone rang, and I was asked to come to a meeting with my bishop to have a free-flowing conversation. And I didn't know what to do, so I called my barrister, and the barrister said, "Don't go." And I said, "But if I don't go, I'll look like I'm hiding something." So I went, very short notice. Amanda came with me, and I got a supporter from the other diocese, who's quite a legal mind, a clergyman, came with me, and we went into the bishop's house. And there with the bishop was his chaplain and the registrar. And I was told the registrar was going to be taking verbatim, I told the chaplain would take verbatim notes, and the registrar was there to give legal opinion. So I was asked at the beginning of my conversation, and I said, I'm afraid this meeting's finished. And then I was told I could have my license removed, and I was listed all the ways the punishments could be applied. And then I was told that the case would be dismissed from the measure. And it was the most embarrassing day and most humiliating day of my life. And I walked out there thinking, what are we doing? We're meant to be a church. I was coming for a free-flowing conversation. I was treated as a legal entity, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Please support this measure.
I put the amendment at point of order.
Aidan Hargreaves-Smith, London 356. Chair, would you direct under Standing Order 37.4 a count of by houses on this item, please?
That will require 25 members to stand or otherwise indicate that they wish a vote by houses to take place. There are 25 members indicating.
So if you order count of both the houses and ask me,
I've just done so.
I'm about to ring the bell to all members the count of vote by houses to take place. 2 minutes after it ceases, the vote will begin.
This is a counted vote by Houses on the amendment at item 509. Those present in the hall using the voting handsets and who wish to vote in favour should press 1. Those against should press 2. Those who wish to record an abstention should press 3. Those participating remotely should use the online voting platform and vote or register an abstention using the buttons on the screen.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
In item 509, they're voted in the House of... In item 509, they're voted in the House of Bishops in favour 2, against 17, recorded abstentions 4. In the House of Clergy, in favour 47, against 70, recorded abstentions 4. In the House of Laity, in favour 49, against 85, recorded abstentions 4. The amendment was therefore lost. I call Mr. Robbie to speak to the amendment at item 510.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to just say one or two things and then I'll withdraw the motion because it's the same principle. I just want to thank everyone. It's clear that it's probably a third of this House, or the Houses, of, apart from the bishops, but anyway. About a third of the House realises the problem here. And I think in the new quinquennium, whatever Clive mentioned about minor amendments, perhaps he could bring this back. If this has been lost today because the Houses have decided we want to mess around with legislation when it's a bit too late, I would rather have had slightly mismatched rules to the legislation and then gone back and to protect the clergy and to get better outcomes for the complainants who will have to leave. They will leave churches. The family that complained against me, in that case, end up leaving church because there was no reconciliation. You can't live in that place. We can't live with unresolved conflict, and they left. So that's the first thing. Let's see if we can bring this back in the new quinquennium and address this issue. I think that was all I was going to say. So I withdraw the second amendment, and let's get on with the next item. Thank you very much.
Mr. Robbie wishes to withdraw his amendment, but under the standing orders, that requires the consent of the Synod. So may I ask, does the Synod consent to the withdrawal of the amendment? In favour? Green ticks. Thank you. Opposed? Red crosses. That has the Synod's consent. Thank you. So I call Dr. Chris Angus to address the amendment he is proposing at item 511.
Chris Angus, 265 Carlisle. Thank you, Chair. With your permission, Chair, I will speak to items 511 and 512 and then move them in turn, and then go on to speak to items 513 through to 518, which impact on Part 20 of the rules, and move them in turn, and then finally speak to and move item 519. So that will hopefully save us some time. So turning to the first two amendments, item 511 impacts on Rule 62, which confers on the chair of a tribunal or a court the power to order the identity of a person involved in or referred to in the proceedings not to be published. This amendment is quite a simple one. It just clarifies that that can have effect for either a specified period or indefinitely, so it removes the doubt on that. And item 512, which in a sense accompanies it, it impacts on Schedule 3, which is concerned with the recording and publication of a decision of the court or tribunal. This amendment clarifies that if an order has been made under Rule 62, so the one we've just looked at, in the proceedings on serious misconduct, that a person's identity is not to be published if under Rule 62 the order says that the identity is not to be published, then that takes priority over any provision in Schedule 3 which would call for it to be published. Those are the two items I wish to speak to initially, and now I will move item 511, standing in my name.
Thank you. I call the Dean to reply. She has no more than 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I support both these amendments.
As the Dean is content for debate on this amendment to continue, item 511 is now open for debate. I see no one standing, so we now move to vote on item 511. All those in favour, please indicate. Green ticks. Thank you. Those against, red crosses. Item 511 is carried.
So I move item 512, standing in my name.
Thank you. I call the Dean to reply for no more than 5 minutes.
I accept this amendment.
Thank you. As the Dean has indicated that she is content for debate on item 512 to continue, item 512 is now open for debate. I see no one standing, so I put item 512 to the vote. All those in favour, please indicate. Thank you. Those opposed? Item 512 is carried.
So I now come to items 513 to 518, which all impact on Part 20 of the rules. And that part of the rules is concerned with the conduct and appeals and reviews. And this set of amendments really makes some drafting corrections to ensure that the provisions cover appeals or reviews or both as appropriate. So it's taking away any possibility of misinterpretation that could arise. And so I move item 513, standing in my name, and this is a fairly simple amendment that inserts or review after appeal, and it impacts on a number of individual rules. So I move that item.
Thank you. I call the Dean to reply. We're at item 513.
Thank you. I accept all items 513 onwards.
Onwards to
519.
Yes.
Up to all Dr. Angus's amendments.
Fine. We're going to take 513 to 518.
518.
In a group.
Very
So,
well.
thank you.
513 to 518 I accept.
Thank you. But I'm saving you the exercise of 5 trips to the podium. Item 513 is therefore now open for debate. I see no one standing, so I put item 513 to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Thank you. Item 513 is carried.
So I move now item 514, standing in my name. So this inserts or application for review after appeal. So it's a fairly simple one again, and it just follows the same pattern.
Thank you. As the Dean has indicated that she is content for debate to continue on item 514, item 514 is open for debate. I see no one standing or otherwise indicating on Zoom, so I put item 514 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against? Item 514 is carried.
So I now move item 515, which impacts on Rule 92, and it inserts to which the appeal or review would relate, after which the appeal would be brought.
Thank you. As the Dean has indicated she is content for debate to continue, item 515 is open for debate. I see no one indicating, so I put item 515 to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Thank you. Item 515 is carried.
So we now move on to item 516, and in this one we leave out review and add in appeal. So it follows the same pattern. That's a very similar pattern. So I move item 516.
As the Dean is content, item 516 is open for debate. I see no one standing, so I put item 516 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against, please show. Thank you. Item 516 is carried.
So only 2 more of this batch to go. So item 517, after the word court, we insert or the Dean of the Arches and Auditor. So I move that amendment standing in my name.
Thank you. As the Dean is content, item 517 is open for debate. I see no one standing, so I put item 517 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against? Item 517 is carried.
And so in this batch, item 518, after appellant, we insert or person seeking the review. So I move item 518 standing in my name.
As the Dean is content, item 518 is open for debate. I see no one indicating, so I put item 518 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against? Item 518 is carried.
So finally, I come to item 519. Rule 120 is concerned with excluded offences. That is, offences that will be disregarded in terms of specified sections of the measure. This amendment makes it clear that the power to impose a penalty or administrative sanction on a cleric convicted of an offence does not apply if the offence is one of the road traffic offences listed in Rule 120, para 2. So I move I move item 519 standing in my name.
Thank you, and I call the Dean to reply. Thank you. Is that? Thank you. The Dean is content. So item 519 is now open for debate. I see no one standing, so I put item 519 to the vote. All those in favour, please indicate. All those against. Thank you. Item 519 is carried.
Thank you, Chair.
So we move now to item 520. I call the Reverend Jonathan McNeely to move his amendment and speak for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Jonathan McNeely, Southwark 222. Chair, this amendment seeks to address a wider issue in our nation, namely the normalisation of speeding and dangerous driving. Vehicle speed compliance statistics for this nation, the latest ones from 2023, report that free-flowing traffic data reveals widespread non-compliance, 45% of cars breaking the speed limit on both 30-mile-an-hour roads and motorways. The Department for Transport's 2025 report states that speed is a road safety factor in 59% of all road deaths in the previous year, 2024. And this very year, His Majesty's Government published a road safety strategy in January, setting out to reduce the number of people killed or seriously injured in reported road collisions by 65% by 2035, and for children under 16 to reduce it by 70% by 2030. Observance of speed limits is a key element of reducing those killed or seriously injured. Break, the road safety charity, explain, a vehicle travelling at 20 miles an hour would stop in time to avoid a child running out 3 car lengths in front. The same vehicle travelling just 5 miles an hour faster at 25 miles an hour would not be able to stop in time and would hit the child at 18 miles an hour, giving them the same impact of falling from an upstairs window. The greater the impact speed, the greater the chance of death. A pedestrian hit at 30 miles an hour has a 1 in 5 chance of being killed. This rises to 1 in 3 if hit at 35 miles an hour. Even small increases in speed lead to large increases in impact severity. This amendment would require clerics who have lost their licences because of an accumulation of 4 minor speeding offences, though given the narrative I've just offered, minor is not the right word, or who have lost their licences because of 1 or 2 more serious offences, to report that loss to their bishops. Where there is repeated disregard or serious disregard for the safety of our neighbours by our willful and preventable action, it must not be hidden behind an arbitrary exclusion that normalises motoring offences. In having so spoke, I move this amendment standing in my name.
Thank you. I call the Dean to reply. She has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much to Mr. McNeely for moving this amendment, which I support. I will just say a few further words, if I may. Rule 120 sets out a list of offences that were intended to be excluded from the provision, and they are minor road traffic violations or offences, as distinct from what Mr. McNeely has been drawing attention to, which are much more serious matters. But Knowing how much of you enjoyed the historical start to this debate, I will share with you the offences under Section 72 of the Highways Act 1835, which include willfully leading or driving a horse, ass, sheep, mule, swine or cattle on a public highway. So that's out. But now, now the serious stuff. We are content to accept this amendment, and we think it's important because whilst we take the view that minor speeding offences need not be reported to the bishop, major ones do, or repeated accumulations, which in the legal jargon, once you've got up to 12 points bit by bit, you're known as a totter, because you've totted up the 12 points. And we do agree with Mr. McNeely, and I agree, that this is something that ought to be reported to the bishop and potentially to be dealt with under the clergy conduct measure for all the reasons which he has very eloquently and clearly and statistically explained. And so I do not oppose and indeed positively support this amendment. Thank you.
The Dean is content for debate on item 520 to continue. So item 520 is open for debate. Yes? And yes, Paul Cartwright.
Martin Poole, Chichester 97. All the dialogue and discussion has been about speeding offences, but presumably this also includes drunk driving and being disqualified for those very serious criminal offences. Just as it's worded, I'm assuming that that's what the case could that just be confirmed? Thank you.
Paul Cartwright, Leeds 133. Just wanted some further clarification. Do I have to declare an interest? I'm a police officer, possibly. I was a traffic officer before I specialise in training now. Remember, new drivers have their licence revoked if they get 6 points within 2 years. So it's not a disqualification, but their licence is revoked. So I just wonder if we could have a clarification on that too, please. Thank you.
Yes, and would anyone else like to speak? No one on Zoom.
Karen Chapiewski, 313 Gloucester. I note the amendment says it ceases to be an excluded offence if the person convicted of it is ordered to be disqualified. Picking up the point that the Dean made, should it be if the person convicted of it or is then a totter gets the 12 points, because they're not always disqualified? And I do think the bishop should know, even if they haven't been disqualified.
Oh, yes, thank you. Adrian Ewings.
Adrian Ewings, Bath and Wells 062. I hope this is all right to say this, or ask this, which is what would happen, to whom would a bishop who was caught in the same position, given the news of this last week, which also links to the last question that's comment that has just been made. Thank you.
I see no one else standing, so I call on Mr. McNeely to reply to the debate. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Jonathan McNeely, Southwark 222. I am woefully underqualified to answer any legal opinions to those questions that my brothers and sisters put forward, but hopefully they can be clarified for them by the team behind the scenes. To speak briefly to the point that you raised, Karen, I had considered whether to bring this as a motion to ask all offences to be shared, because as I said in my previous speech, even a single offence of driving 5 miles over the speed limit nearly doubles the danger that we pose to our most vulnerable neighbours. But I think that requiring that level of reporting would be too significant for where we are at currently, and so I hope that this is a path on the right road. Quite where that leaves totter-uppers who are not disqualified, I don't know. Drink and drug driving, I think, carries a minimum now of 9 points of the 12, but most commonly results in immediate revocation of licences, and so would, for the most part, be included anyway. But as I say, I'm no legal mind.
Thank you. I now put the amendment at item 520 to the vote. All those in favour, please indicate. Green ticks on Zoom. Thank you. Those against, red crosses. Amendment 520 is carried. So we now come to item 501B, that the Clergy Conduct Rules 2026 as amended be approved. I call on the Dean to speak to this item.
Thank you. How long have I got?
5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't intend to make another speech on the rules, but I will reply to some of the points that were raised in that last passage of debate. Martin Poole, yes, anybody who is disqualified from holding or obtaining a licence would be covered. So, yes, Martin Poole and Karen, I think that is part of the answer to you. Martin, the items that you specifically raised about drink driving, and I think driving without insurance, possibly you also mentioned, those have always been in and have never been excluded. So what we're looking at here are exclusions. Karen, you said, well, what about if you get to 12 points but you're not disqualified as a totter? The policy line on that is that will all have been considered by the court, and if you are not disqualified despite having 12 points, that'll be because the court, in the public interest, has taken the view that you've got mitigation. So I think that's dealt with those matters, and I don't intend to comment on particular cases in newspapers. But what I do want to do now is to say a very big thank you to all of you who have put forward amendments and for the debates that we have just had. In several of the answers that I've given, I've stressed the importance of the code, which will come back to Synod. Particularly those of you who've promoted amendments, and Neil in particular, please engage on the code as we work further in hammering out the practical details. And we open that request to all members of Synod. I'd also like to place on record my thanks to the members of the Rule Committee for their work in making these rules. It's been a busy few years, and it's going to carry on being busy for those of us left, but they've worked incredibly hard in dealing with a number of complex matters, actually all at once. I will mention one other name with regard to the whole clergy conduct project, and that is Peter Collier. former Vicar General of the Northern Province, who has had a huge amount to do with helping to shape the legislation that we now have. Wrong to single out members of the Rule Committee, but I will mention two who are retiring. Firstly, Tim Bryden, who is sitting there behind me, who has been the appointed Chancellor on the Rule Committee for many years and will be stepping down later this year. Tim, your institutional memory on the Rule Committee is amazing and has been of great service to the Church. And I'm sure that you will still be receiving the odd phone call to run points past you, as certainly I try to get my head round things. And secondly, to Dr. Chris Angus, who promoted that little sequence of amendments. Chris, your contributions on the Rule Committee have been superb. Always probing, always thoughtful, always practical and looking for good ways forward. So we wish you both well. Also, my thanks to the Legal Office, particularly Edward Dobson, and Legislative Councillor Chris Packer, Counsel Chris Packer and Jennifer Cartwright, and they're all sitting behind us in drafting the rules. And lastly, thanks to you. We know that culture is important in our church, and fostering a church environment that embraces swift reconciliation, admits fault with grace, and robustly supports victims and survivors and its ministers requires the commitment of all. And I commend these rules to you for your approval this afternoon. Thank you.
And so I put item 501B, that the Clergy Conduct Rules 2026 as amended be approved. All those in favour, please indicate. Thank you. All those against? Thank you. Item 501B is approved, and therefore the Clergy Conduct Rules 2026 as amended will now be laid before both Houses of Parliament in accordance with the Statutory Instruments Act 1946. That brings this item of business to an end, and we proceed in a moment to the House of Laity election amendment rules.
We come now to item 503, the House of Laity Election Amendment Rules 2026. Members will need the amendment rules GS 2447. And I will call on Mr Clive Scowen on behalf of the Business Committee to move item 503. He may speak for no more than 10 minutes.
Scowen, London 358. Chair, I have a problem in that my phone has ceased to work. Or at least it's going to take a while to get the speech up. But I can say this, that I stand before you today metaphorically wrapped in a white sheet. A year ago, the Synod approved the election rules for the forthcoming elections, and we thought we got it all right. But since then, several things have been pointed out, which frankly I ought to have spotted and didn't. So I'm afraid this item of business is entirely about rectifying my omissions. And it's compounded by the fact that I can't get the speech up on my phone to isn't technology wonderful? I think I'm going to have to get my computer. Next question is whether it will work. Well, it's recognised me, so that's good. Right. Sorry to hold you up. The House of Laity Election Amendment Rules, first of all. Rule 9.2 of the 2025 rules, which we passed last year, seeks to set out the information required for the nomination of a candidate in a diocese. And in paragraph D, requires the nomination to include the parish or parishes on the electoral roll of which the candidate's name is entered, but makes no express provision for the other routes by which a person can qualify as a candidate in a diocese, namely through worshipping at a cathedral, at a guild church in London, at a church in the diocese in Europe, at Westminster Abbey, St George's, Windsor, or Christ Church Cathedral, Oxford, or as part of a mission initiative. I cannot believe that I failed to spot that. But I did. So Rule 2 of the amendment rules makes the correction required to Rule 9 of the 2025 rules, and Rule 3 makes the equivalent correction to Rule 15.5, which sets out the information required to be given about each candidate in the invitation to vote. Rule 4 of the amendment rules corrects another omission, this time in Rule 32, so that whereas the date by reference to which a candidate's eligibility for the forthcoming main elections is and remains the date of the dissolution of Synod, that's next Tuesday, for an election to fill a casual vacancy, the qualification date will be the date on which the invitations to nominate are issued. That's all these rules do, but that is vital for these elections that they be carried. So, Chair, I move that the House of Laity Election Amendment Rules be approved.
Thank you. This item is now open to debate, and the speech limit is 5 minutes. Do I see anyone wanting to speak, either in the chamber or on Zoom? As there is nobody wishing to speak in the debate, I will now move to the vote, and there's nothing therefore for Mr Scowen to reply to in the debate. I will therefore move to the vote on this. This will be a show of hands, or green ticks on Zoom. For those in favour, please show. Those against? Thank you. That item is carried. We will now move to item 504, the House of Clergy Election Amendment Rules 2026. So members will need GS 2448, and I will invite Mr Clive Scowen on behalf of the Business Committee to move item 504. And again, you may speak for no more than 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chair. I don't think that'll be necessary. I'll see if I can excite a little more interest in these rules than the previous ones. So, Rule 22 of the 2025 Clergy Rules sets out the basis on which a person can qualify as a candidate for election to the Universities and Theological Education Institutions constituency, but erroneously fixes qualification by reference to the date on which the invitations to vote are issued, rather than the date of the dissolution of the convocations, which is also next Tuesday. Rule 22.1 should have been drafted so as to ensure consistency with Rule 23.6, which enables the correction of the register up to the close of nominations. Rule 2 of the amendment rules makes the correction required to Rule 22.1 by providing that a person is entitled to be included on the register of electors for the constituency if the person meets the eligibility criteria by 6 a.m. on the date of the dissolution. And that gives consistency with the rules that apply to the diocesan constituencies. It's also important to note that the register of electors for the constituency can be amended up until the close of nominations, again, as is the case for dioceses. Secondly, Rule 29.2d of the 2025 rules requires the nomination of a candidate to include the ecclesiastical office currently held by the candidate. But it does not state expressly that a priest with permission to officiate in a diocese is also eligible for election, even though that status does not come within the natural meaning of ecclesiastical office. Rule 3 of the amendment rules makes the correction required to Rule 29.2d by inserting a new paragraph 9 to gloss the reference to ecclesiastical office so that it includes permission to officiate. And Rule 4 makes the equivalent amendment to Rule 38 of the 2025 rules, which sets out the information required about each candidate on the invitation to vote. I can see that I've thrilled everyone. Chair, I move that the House of Clergy. Oh dear, it's not my day, is it? Move that the House of Clergy election amendment rules be approved.
Thank you, Clive. This item is now open to debate, and the speech limit of 5 minutes. Luke Miller.
Luke Miller, 163 London. I think if Mr. Scowen just needs a thank you, because I think it was the Hungarian patriot Jelinek in the 19th century who, while wanting freedom for his people from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, nevertheless said, if the Austro-Hungarian Empire didn't exist, we would need to invent it. If Mr. Scowen didn't exist, I think we need to invent him. Because your eye for detail and your ability to keep us on the straight and narrow so that it all works is so appreciated by all of us. The need for these rules to work And it may seem tedious and minor and in the background of things, but if the cogs and wheels don't work, then can we drive the motor car down the highway according to the 1835 Act, and nor can we then do our business well. Mr. Scowen, thank you for all that you do for us and all those others who work alongside you in this, and I hope that we will support these amendments.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Therefore, I'm going to test the mind of Synod whether this item has been sufficiently debated, and I therefore put the motion for closure. So those in favour, please show, or green ticks on Zoom. Thank you. Those against? Red crosses on Zoom. Thank you. So I invite Mr. Scowen to reply to the debate. You have up to 5 minutes.
Well, Father Luke, thank you. I didn't need a thank you, but I'm always grateful to have one, so thank you very much. But I'm afraid that had my attention to detail been as you said it was, we wouldn't be here having this business this afternoon.
Thank you. I now put item 504 to the vote. So those in favour, please show, or green ticks on Zoom. Thank you. Those against, or red crosses on Zoom. Thank you. That item is carried. This item is now completed, and we move to the next item of business. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Synod. We now come to item 9, which is a presentation from the Bishop of Leicester outlining the business for this afternoon. For this, members will need GS 2449. As you will be aware, this session will incorporate an informal aspect which Bishop Martin will take us through. The formal aspect within standing orders will conclude within 35 minutes, but members will be invited to remain in the chamber for the informal session. I now call on the Bishop of Leicester to give his presentation.
Good afternoon, Synods. Martin Snow, Leicester 23. This session is going to be quite different to the rest of Synod, as you'll have gathered already. I hope you found the paper useful in setting the scene for why the Promoting Unity in Our Nation group has come together and why we think the Church of England has a particularly important role to play in our society at large. Today's session is not about debating the paper, and I'm not going to try and summarise it in the few minutes I have now. Rather, it's about trying to model something of what we want to see in the world. I think that Synod is at its best when we are sharing stories and reflections from our own contexts, seeking to learn from one another and understand who and where we are as a church. So that's what this session is about. And I want to say right at the outset my deep gratitude to Kira Fayo, Director of Reconciling Leaders Network, who's put together much of today's programme and will be facilitating most of the session. Having said that, I won't be doing a speech rehearsing the paper. I do nevertheless want to say a few words about why I think this moment is particularly urgent, and why I am determined that parish churches across the country should be resourced to engage in this work with wisdom and insight. We're all now used to hearing about the state of division and distrust in our country. In one survey, 85% of Britons believe the country is now divided, and 55% think differences in political views are now so divisive as to be dangerous for society, up from 31% in 2018. This is important, not just because it's nice to get on with people, though it most certainly is, because it undermines the foundations on which our democracy is built. The more divided we are, the more we see society in terms of us and them, with us deserving of more freedoms or better treatment than them, the more vulnerable we are to authoritarian politics, the likes of which is already growing in influence and indeed taking power in Europe and elsewhere in the world. And that should matter to us. The health of liberal democracy should matter to us because it's a political system which, however imperfect, recognises the dignity and agency of every human being, regardless of their economic outputs, their age, their mental or physical abilities. This comes back to the truth that every human being, every single one, is made in the image of God and is precious to God. Friends, I don't think we should be under any doubt. Our democracy is under threat today. If a very large number of people believe that our country is broken and divided, it doesn't matter whether we agree with them or not. The very fact that so many people think it means we should not be surprised if many start to look for increasingly radical solutions to fix our nation. And if those solutions don't immediately work, the temptation will be to look for even more radical solutions. And history gives us plenty of examples of where that can lead. So as one writer has put it, for democracy to thrive, a lot needs to go right. Citizens must be informed and active. Lawmakers must seek the common good. Institutions must be accessible. Policies must be fair. News outlets must be reliable. That's a tall order. Arguably, each of the areas mentioned in that quote has been weakened in recent years. And that's why our task as a church is, I believe, about so much more than simply encouraging people to turn out and vote in an election. It's about weaving the fabric of society such that vulnerable groups are not scapegoated, and religion is not co-opted by unhealthy forms of nationalism, and we do not withdraw from our moral and ethical responsibilities to the wider world. Now, some here may be thinking already, but our citizenship is in heaven. Our true home, our real hope is not in Westminster or any earthly system. So why should the health of British democracy trouble the church? Well, here I turn to God's words through the prophet Jeremiah. When God's people were carried into exile in Babylon, when they genuinely were strangers in a foreign land with every reason to withdraw and simply wait for rescue, the word of the Lord through Jeremiah was not, bide your time. It was, build houses and live in them. Plant gardens and eat the produce. Seek the welfare of the city where I have sent you into exile and pray to the Lord on its behalf. for in its welfare you will find your welfare. Our heavenly citizenship then doesn't pull us out of life in our nation. It enables us to wholeheartedly serve our neighbours and seek their welfare. My welfare depends on your welfare and on the welfare of my neighbours in Leicester, whether they trace their family history to this country or the Punjab or Uganda or Romania or Ireland. Our calling is to seek the welfare of all who call this great nation their home. So to care for the health of our democracy, to labour for the bonds that hold this country together across all its diversity, that is not a distraction from proclaiming the gospel. It is vital to the way we live it out. And so in all of this, we believe, as we set out in the paper, that the Church of England, as the established church of our nation, has a particular responsibility. We've outlined this in 5 calls. Firstly, the call to humility, an honest reckoning of our history. Secondly, the call to publicly celebrate pride in our nation, while at the same time opposing prejudice. The call to see every person as gifted, including those marginalised by wider society. The call to build relationships across difference. And the call to form active citizens inspired by their faith. By setting out these calls, we do not mean to suggest that the church can solve all the problems our society faces, but we can play our part. Indeed, we are already doing so, and that's why we are structuring this session around stories. Stories that showcase what we are already doing to deepen democracy and work for justice. Stories which we hope will inspire a new generation to commit to that work. So in just a moment, we're going to hear from some of the other bishops on the working group, our lead bishops for racial justice, for estates ministry. We're going to hear from the Bishop of Southampton, who was very involved in the local response to the tragic murder of Henry Novak. And we've got some videos of young people of different faiths talking about the impact of our current polarisation. Then, led by Kira, we'll be sharing our own stories in small groups, informal groups of 2s or 3s here in the chamber or just outside. Personal stories, or ones about our churches and the places where we live and serve. And then finally, as we wrap up before our closing prayers, we'll be inviting Bishop Mike Royal, General Secretary of Churches Together in England, to reflect on what he has heard in the chamber. We'll be doing the same with one of the young people observing Synod. And we've also got an artistic interpretation of what we're talking about from Nathan Oboko, who is one of the Leicester representatives on Synod. He will appear shortly, and he'll be working on his artistic interpretation as we are talking. In all of this, I invite you to take good care of yourself and of one another. These are emotive issues. Many of us feel very strongly about them. But I don't want anyone at all in this chamber to feel unsafe. So please feel free to withdraw at any time, and remember that the chaplaincy team are on hand to speak with you if you would find that helpful. But for now, I'm going to hand over to my fellow members of the working group, and I think Lynn Collins is going to speak first.
Thank you. This now ends the formal aspect of the item, and we now move to the informal session. Can I remind Synod members attending in person that the quiz has been moved to 8 p.m. and will conclude at 10 p.m. and the bars will be open until 12:30. Bishop Lynn will now introduce the next item.
thank you, and good afternoon, Synod. My name's Lynn Cullens. I'm Bishop of Barking in the Diocese of Chelmsford, and I'm lead bishop for Estates. I'm going to share a few thoughts around the current mood on Estates in the light of a couple of verses I've been praying with lately from Proverbs 31. These verses 8 and 9, read as follows. Open your mouth for those who cannot speak, and for the rights of those who are left without help. Open your mouth. Be right and fair in what you decide. Stand up for the rights of those who are suffering and in need. There are many assumptions being made currently about what those on estates and in our low-income communities think, about what motivates their actions, about what positions they hold. Proverbs 31:8 invites us to consider how we, as the church, might enable those that currently have little to no voice to open their mouths so that they are heard, and so that we might better understand what's really going on in their minds and in their hearts. Recently, I was speaking with a couple of members of clergy who are based on estates. I asked them what they were noticing in terms of community tensions, and was there anything that they felt was actively working to diffuse those tensions and to build up good relationships. And they each related a conversation they'd had recently. One was with a woman who was visiting church for an anniversary service, having moved away from the area some years earlier. When the worship was ended, the present-day congregation, welcoming, hospitable, and diverse, provided refreshments to the guests, and the visitor sat down next to the vicar. After a few minutes scanning the room, the woman asked, "Do you think God is angry with me for voting for Nigel Farage?" The vicar asked why she would think that. And the woman responded by saying that she felt uneasy about how she'd voted, that she'd done so out of fear, not out of malice, out of concern for what she was reading and seeing on social media, her anxiety fueled by various commentators telling her that her way of life was under threat. And the other conversation relayed to me was similar, with someone coming to their vicar saying that they knew as a Christian it was wrong to demonize and to be afraid of people, to make assumptions, to jump to stereotypes. But I'm scared because everything is changing and I hear so much that worries me, she said. I'm frightened for my grandchildren's future and the world they'll grow up in. Those two people were enabled to open their mouths and be heard, to find their voice, because the church provided space and took time to listen. The church responded without judgment, instead helping them to reflect in a calm space on the true cause of their anxieties and what might be fueling them. And the church, perhaps most crucially, gave them the environment in which to encounter the other, face-to-face, peer-to-peer, in the way that Gordon Allport in our paper today says, dissolves prejudice. Churches on our estates are crucial in terms of providing such opportunities, and the ability to manage and facilitate those sensitive and important conversations is key, as are the day-to-day encounters which enable people to meet with those who are different from them. All of these help to diffuse fear, enable people to regain perspective, to resist manipulation and alarmist claims, to once again be able to be, as Proverbs 9 has it, right and fair in what they think and how to respond to what they see and what they hear. these spaces, these opportunities, which I'm sure every church on estates and beyond has to some degree, are not only signs of welcome to many in our communities who are desperate and need a place to belong, they are actually a very means of grace and of mediating the assurance of the hope, the love, and the mercy of Christ to our currently hurting and fearful world. Thank you, Synod.
Good afternoon, Synod. I am Rosemary Mallet, Bishop of Croydon, and one of the lead bishops for racial justice in the Church of England, and my co-lead is Bishop Aaron, and he sadly is not able to be with us this afternoon because he's unwell, but you will hear words read from him subsequently. In the Diocese of Southwark, I'm also the lead bishop for racial justice, and one of the programs that many of the dioceses do, but that we've been undertaking for a long while, is the way in which we engage with unconscious bias. And I'm one of the principal trainers on unconscious bias in the diocese, despite being quite busy as an area bishop. I take it really as an important responsibility to be part of the team that trains on unconscious bias in our diocese. And when we lead out in that work, we use a particular scripture to help us lean into what we understand when we are training in unconscious bias. And the scripture is this, Acts 10:34 to 35. Then Peter began to speak. I now realize how true it is that God does not show partiality, but in every nation, anyone who fears and does what is right is acceptable to him. In this passage, Peter recognizes that God's love is not limited by nationality, by background, by status, or tradition. His words remind us that unity begins when we see one another as God sees us, equally valued, equally welcomed, and equally called to live what is right. In a world then and in our world now, where differences can and are easily becoming points of fracture and division, this scripture calls us to reject favoritism and prejudice and to build communities marked by respect, by fairness, and by peace. And this matters for racial justice. It matters for the work that I do in Southwark and nationally, because exclusion is rarely only about one moment or one person. It's shaped by histories and habits and systems that can teach some people that they do not fully belong. And the gospel calls the church to name those patterns honestly, to repent where it has been complicit, so that it can become a community where every person is recognized as made in the image of God and welcomed without partiality. Now, I spent my previous life before becoming a minister as a sociologist, and so I'm not necessarily talking that this is a causal effect, but we started undertaking unconscious bias training in the diocese around 2017. And at that time, particularly in our diocesan office, Trinity House, if you could have found 4, 5, 6, no, never 6, 5 people of color working in that office, you would have found many. We have ensured that that training and those words are inculcated in the way we do things round there, embedding a practice of unconscious bias and no partiality in the way in which we undertake our interviewing and our appointments. And now if you come into Trinity House, you will find a wonderful, diverse community of people. And I think that is part of the impact of how we have embedded the work of racial justice in the Diocese of Southwark. So I do believe that those words are important. And they're important because to promote unity, we must honor the dignity of every person. We must listen with humility, as Bishop Lynn has just been speaking about. And we must all work together in the spirit of God's inclusive love. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Synod. I'm Toby, Bishop of Bradford, Acting Bishop of Leeds, 022. And I hear you wondering, another bishop? The reason, friends, is that the group which has organised this is primarily a group of bishops. So that's why we're leading this discussion today. We would love for other people to join us, and Bishop Martin will say a little bit more about that later. One of my favourite Urdu words, Hindi words, is parosi. It means neighbour. And I often find myself talking about neighbours with friends in Bradford, where I'm bishop, or Leeds, or across our diocese. Because who is my neighbour is not just a question for the Good Samaritan back in the Gospels. It's a live question for us today. And there are traditions in all of the faith traditions about in answer to that question. But the impact of the rise of far-right nationalism is particularly felt by some of our non-Christian neighbours. And I just want to tell a few little stories about that, because I think as the Church of England we have a responsibility, particularly as articulated by our late monarch, Queen Elizabeth II, who spoke at her Diamond Jubilee. We have an obligation, a duty as the Church of England to be holding a space for people of different faiths as well as our own in this country. So I spoke today with a Muslim mum who picked up her son who had been wearing a traditional Muslim dress. And the first thing that he said to her last week was, "Mum, I was standing in the street waiting, and I saw two women approaching me, and one of them looked at me and smiled." And my friend was, well, she reflected on that by saying, how lovely in a sense, but like what was going through my son's mind that stuck out for him. Clearly he was expecting something else. He was living in fear because of being identified outwardly as a Muslim, and so when a white woman smiled at him, it was the first thing that he wanted to say to his mum. Friends, that shouldn't be happening. I heard another story today from a friend who fled Bosnia after her husband, he wasn't her husband then, but after her husband escaped with his life from the Srebrenica genocide in 1995. She remembers what it was like as a child in Bosnia at that time, and she said for the first time now she's beginning to feel the same kinds of feelings that she felt then. The kind of fear of what this is going to lead to. Now, friends, I'm not saying what those people are feeling, those our neighbours, my neighbours are feeling is right or wrong. I'm just saying we need to hear those voices. We need to hear those feelings, and particularly those feelings of fear. Interfaith relations at the moment are as fragile as I've ever known them, particularly since the start of the most recent Gaza war and the appalling attacks of October 7th. But they have been strengthened as, particularly, I think, in the city of Leeds, and across our diocese, by a response to far-right nationalism. There are programs which we're working out. We've got an organisation called Wellsprings Together, which is affiliated with the Church Urban Fund, which is running a program called Can I Just Say, which brings together different people to talk about the things which are most pressing on their lives. And often the change in our politics is that people of different faiths, people of all sorts of different backgrounds, and we are hearing fear, but we're also hearing a sense of wanting to be in it together. This particularly, friends, impacts on our young people, and I want us now to watch a couple of videos. The first one comes from Birmingham, from an amazing organisation which some of you may know, which is called The Feast. And The Feast brings together young people to talk with real honesty about their faiths and how they can work together. And it's led in Birmingham, that particular project, although it operates across the country, it's led by a young Sikh woman, Amrit, and we're going to be hearing from her about also how her life has been impacted by the appalling murder of Henry Novak, and how Sikhs have been targeted in the wake of that. But also some other young people, and then another video about how young people are responding. So I commend these videos to you.
Hi, my name's Amrit. I am 20 years old. I am a Sikh Punjabi woman, and I'm going to be talking about how the rise in nationalism has made me feel and impacted me and my family more recently. Online, I've seen that there's been protests, I've seen them in person, I've seen comments made to me and online about people's opinions on my background and my culture and my faith, based off of what they've seen, rather than actually asking what the culture and religion is about. More recently, however, I have experienced and also witnessed racism due to the rise in nationalism, but also due to the murder of Henry Novak. I have also, due to that, been more reluctant to take public transport. I have been taking Ubers to and from uni, to and from work. If I am unable to walk, even walking does seem a bit scary to me. I am fortunate enough to live in an area where there are a lot of other brown people. However, they do share a different background to me, and since the murder of Henry Novak and the rise in nationalism, the underlying racism has become more clearer, which does make it a bit more difficult to do life when everybody around you kind of has that a tad bit discrimination towards you, even people that you've known your whole life. And it is a bit tricky to navigate. It does make me and my family sometimes a little bit reluctant to leave home or avoid certain areas, because racism has become so common, especially due to the rise in nationalism. It's become very second nature to a lot of people. I wanted to talk about the feast as well today, because The feast is a charity that brings together young people from different backgrounds and faiths, and they bring them together to talk and to have dialogue and to talk about more challenging things, as well as what's your favourite topping on pizza. But we also talk about what is the hardest challenge that you've had about your faith? Do you understand your faith? Do you understand other people's faiths? What is the hardest thing to, just very important questions that they wouldn't have otherwise asked to people they wouldn't have otherwise met if not for the feast.
When I'm like, oh, my parents are immigrants from America. My mom got a job. She moved here 20 years ago. They're like, oh, she's fine. The only reason is because she's from America, not...
Because she's what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just if everyone's back to where they're originally from, I feel like that doesn't bring any diversity. Like, everyone's just gonna be the same in their own little world that no one experiences outside. Like, that's just not.
And how far back does that trace? Like, what, somebody moved from, like, Africa to America to India to here, where are they going? Where are they actually from? Where are they going? Away from?
Will be suddenly very lonely because half the people they know are gone.
And also, like, the people who are like, oh, the people who are like, oh, we should send people back to where they're from. Like, not even, like, if they're born here, like, where they're family are. How far back do you go? Like, do you send the American people back here?
Where do you see conflict or division around you?
There are so many divisions in our life. There's division about football clubs, division in our politics, countries that don't get along.
With money, many people are different in many ways. Some people are rich, some people ain't, and then some people don't even have homes to live in.
I think division is a separation or a difference in ideas.
Division is inevitable. Everyone is different, and people use that as a reason to go against others and to cause conflict.
I see a big line that really divides us in how we think.
Do you ever feel different or left out?
I'm the only black person at Scouts, so when I first started I was a bit scared and worried what people might think about me.
It's human nature, you just judge.
I think prejudice means when you judge somebody.
People with autism, because my wee brother has autism, and he would get left out quite a bit or laughed at.
What should we do to be more inclusive?
You can understand people that you don't understand by having a chat with them, or you can ask them questions.
I think sometimes you can use background as a wall to their actual personality deep down, so it'd be best to knock that wall down and then see what's really deep.
You have to peel the banana to find out what it tastes like, and it's the same with people. You have to get to know them.
Powerful films there, weren't they? Very good to see the voices of young people brought into debate on these issues, and we might want to consider that. How do we bring the voices of children and younger people into discussion of these issues in our parishes and dioceses? So what does promoting unity look like in practice? How might the Church demonstrate the good news of the gospel in practical ways that bring hope and that refute divisive, polarising narratives? We're going to hear now 3 examples from local contexts where the Church is already building unity, resisting hate and division, and telling a hopeful story of community and of God's love for us all, as Bishop Rosemary spoke of earlier. These examples are given to stimulate your own thoughts and conversations and wisdom as to what you're discerning as the Church's approach, your approach within your parishes, your deaneries, and your dioceses. What are you noticing? What are you noticing, and what response are you making, or do you feel called to make? Our 3 practical examples are taken from points across the country. Pete Adams will be talking about his context in Luton. We have a film from Bishop Rhiannon looking at recent events in Southampton. and thoughts from Bishop Aaron about his experience of listening and breaking bread in Leeds, which, as we heard earlier, will be brought to us by Bishop Toby, as sadly Bishop Aaron isn't too well today, so our prayers are with him. And after that, we'll be drawing wisdom and stories from across the room. But first we'll begin by hearing from Pete.
Thank you, Peter Adams, 392 in St Albans. In early 2009, an angry response by some 200 plus people to an extremist Muslim group protesting a homecoming parade by our local army regiment in Luton Town Centre exposed real and potential divisions in our town. And that led to regular protests and opened up conflict. That protest led to the formation of the English Defence League, the EDL, which spread from Luton, and saw the early emergence of Lutonian Stephen Yaxley Lennon, Tommy Robinson. He has gone on course to be a national champion of street-level protest that is variously racist, nationalist, identitarian, and anti-immigrant. Witnessing that protest, I worked with churches in Luton to seek to understand and consider an appropriate response. Extensive reading of EDL Facebook pages helped us to understand what was driving this emerging moment. Occasionally, Facebook would identify protesters who were friends of friends and show them to be sons and daughters of church members, friends of youth group leaders, in one case, a recent intern who had left under a cloud. That enabled many face-to-face conversations. Attending the installation of a new incumbent, I sat down and my disabled neighbour was soon joined by her son, who had kindly helped his mum get there. I recognised him. He was in charge of Tommy's security team. His nervous, "Hello, Peter," I was already known for early challenge to the EDL, began a vital conversation over the next years. There have been many long conversations like that, some with leaders and two with Stephen Yaxley Lennon. Encounters like that made it clear that our response needed to be at heart pastoral. We could not engage in that typical language and protest styles of the traditional quote-unquote anti-fascist groups. Yet at the same time, we needed to rigorously challenge the protest and respond to the huge pain and vulnerability felt by our Muslim neighbours and indeed many in Luton's very diverse community. Their pain at the narrative and especially the protests, which were laden with hate speech and were becoming commonplace. The firebombing of a mosque, an impending demonstration by the EDL and European elections in which the BNP were present at their most successful electorally, made it essential that we respond. Our churches together and our council of mosques put together a media statement, held a press conference. Our statement recognised our difference, but which called on all of us to be living the best of our faiths, expressing our commitment to work together to bring people together and oppose the language and actions that were pulling the town apart. It was hard work agreeing that statement. Tensions were high even in our churches. My vicar called several church leaders, urging them to support the statement. I often say we took out 5 years' credit that day. When it happened, the press conference was covered by national media. Protests in Luton was a regular item on the news at that time. Most importantly, it put a stake in the ground and created a space which we have intentionally sought to populate ever since. Coming to today, 3 United Kingdom national street protests over the past year, led by Lutonian Stephen Yaxley Lennon, Tommy, have brought new challenges. The words of the refrain in the anthem for the recent protests rang, "The United Kingdom is God's kingdom. He is always on our side." This is surely, by definition, Christian nationalism. Recognising that we cannot take for granted the movement's confinement to the fringes of the church, we are seeking to build our resilience to this message. We must seek pastoral engagement with those drawn to the narrative of the far right, listening to their concerns. Equally, we must pay attention to the fears of our Muslim neighbours, other faiths, and increasingly our Christian GMH community. As their allies, we must challenge the narratives and all discrimination that comes from the far right. Thank you.
Hoping we've got a film from Bishop Rhiannon to play now.
Hello Synod. I've been asked to say a few words about what happened in Southampton in June. Well, as you can imagine, the evening of the 2nd is one I won't forget in a hurry. I was on my sofa, happily emailing, when at 9 o'clock my phone started buzzing and I heard the noisy police helicopters swirling above. On my phone, I saw the most horrendous scenes of violence and hatred unfolding, a response to the murder of Henry Novak, and all just a short distance from my home. Now, Southampton is without doubt a peace-loving, law-abiding port city. It's great, and you are all so welcome to visit. It's happily welcomed people from all over the world for centuries, and relationships with the police and between faith groups and neighbourhoods have been really good. The scenes we saw on the streets in early June and the unbelievable hatred we've witnessed in social media feeds simply doesn't resonate with our personal experience of this gorgeous city. Henry Novak's father had made it crystal clear that his family didn't want the court verdict on his son's tragic death to fuel division, hatred or tension, but instead to make our streets safer for everyone. It is a crying shame that was ignored. Instead, a crowd of more than 1,000 protested. A small proportion of them smashed their way along helpless streets, causing alarm, injury, devastation, panic and reputational damage to our beloved city, all in the name of justice. The next morning, several of our extraordinary parish clergy here in Southampton, they were up early, helping with the Clear Up effort, comforting children on their way to school and telling the world's media that this is not the Southampton that we know and love, and not the response that poor Henry's family deserved. We cleared our diaries, and a few of us visited locals who found themselves regrettably with a front row seat on the violence. We heard how terrifying it was for one family as things were thrown at their house, mistakenly intended for someone else. We visited one of the city's gurdwaras to check they were okay. We spoke to countless journalists, a police officer, we wrote statements and posted on Facebook and endlessly WhatsApped each other with updates. We know and knew that many of the culprits had come into the city with violent intent from other places, some waving flags and holding crosses, one with a clerical collar, all ready for a bit of aggression. Fearful, no doubt, for their own place in society, fearful that there isn't enough to go round and believing that violence will in some way help. Throw in a bit of toxic masculinity, overt racism, concerns over knife crime, religious illiteracy, and no wonder things ignited. Sikh friends have told us since that they feel nervous now going out. Our refugee friends have kept their heads down for longer than usual. Police officers still feel uncertain going out in uniform. This has not been good for Southampton. Throughout, however, I feel like we have had the support and prayers of the whole Church of England and beyond. We had brilliant comms professionals and interfaith experts helpfully whispering in our ears. We've had bishops and clergy texting messages of support and prayer from all over the country. And good relationships with other faith and church leaders that we have carefully built up in the city over many months and for some years all became vital, and we knew that we were not alone. Since then, we've had prayer meetings, a Lord Mayor's prayer breakfast, an interfaith peace walk, more interviews and articles written. But sadly, nasty protests have continued around our local asylum hotel in particular. Clearly, all of this has exposed afresh the fact that there are very many vulnerable and frightened people in our society of all backgrounds who feel unsafe or unheard or unloved or all three. So now the real work continues of listening to those who think differently to us, who feel neglected, who want change but perhaps don't know how to go about it constructively. I've been promoting like mad the Church of England's difference course everywhere, and I personally believe it will be the children who will be our most effective teachers and culture changers. In the schools here, they've been thinking about Paddington Bear and refugees this term and about welcoming people who are different from us. It's so timely, and I know they could teach us a thing or two about how to get along with people who feel unheard or unseen or unloved. So thanks for listening, and if I may, please can I ask you to spare a prayer for Southampton, that God will use for good what others intended for evil, and that by God's mercy we may be able to play a small part in the listening, the loving and the healing that is now needed here and more widely. Thank you.
Friends, Bishop Aaron, as you've heard, is not well, and so I'm going to read the words that he would have said. Matthew's Gospel, chapter 5. You have heard that it was said, "Love your neighbour and hate your enemy." But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father in heaven. Who is my enemy? The story I want to tell begins in Leeds a year ago, when demonstrations began in the east of the city in Seacroft, where a hotel is being used to house those who have sought refuge in this country illegally. That is, they have arrived on these shores through routes other than those approved and recognised by the government. Over the last months, I've attended with other clergy in Leeds counter-demonstrations against those protesting outside the hotel. The demonstrations happen each week on a Friday night, and for many months were accompanied by a group of counter-protesters who gathered in the same place to oppose the hatred that they saw and heard. The two groups of protesters are separated by a dual carriageway, along with a police presence that keeps the two protesters' groups apart. When we go to the demonstrations, we stand with those who seek to support those in the hotel, many of whom are known to us, the asylum seekers in the hotel, as members of our churches. We pray for them, we pray for peace, and we also pray for those on the other side of the road. One week we arrived at the protest with 200 individually baked cupcakes made by those in our churches, intended for those in the hotel. When we arrived with the cakes, we were turned away by those on security who told us that they couldn't accept them because they could be poisoned or contain razor blades. Such things, they said, have been known to have occurred. So instead, we took the cakes to those on both sides of the road. First to those who we knew, and then to those who had verbally abused us less than an hour before as we'd walked to the hotel. I was particularly touched by one of the clergy who insisted that it would be safer all around if I didn't cross the road and speak to offer cake to those protesting against the migrants. There was something about my physical appearance that might put me in danger. You probably know Bishop Aaron. It was probably the purple. But we did go and we spoke to them who were protesting, and we did offer them cake. We listened to them, heard them, and spoke with them and offered prayer. Because, my friends, our call is not only to show mercy, it goes beyond that. Our call is to love our enemies. Indeed, it is wherever possible to live in peace so that we have no enemies. To stand alongside those on both sides of the road, clear of God's equal love for all, and that the love of Christ compels us to show it to all. After the third or fourth week of the demonstrations in Leeds, I contacted the organizer of the demonstrations and asked him if I might buy him a meal and whether we might talk to one another. It took some time, but we eventually met. It would be safe to say that neither of us has changed our position with regard to where we found ourselves on either side of the road outside the hotel, but we did agree on some things. I told him about an asylum seeker in the hotel who attended one of our churches, how coming back to the hotel one night he was set upon by men who beat him and kicked him so badly that some of his teeth were knocked out. The police were called. They asked the man if he wanted to make a formal complaint. "I don't want any trouble," he said. "It's only teeth," he said. When I told him about what had happened to that asylum seeker beaten up outside the hotel, he said that was not what he wanted. He opposed racist violence, that he was sorry for what had happened to the man, and would I apologize to him? We agreed we needed to find a way so that as people who shared the same city, we could live well with different views. That we needed to find a way to become not enemies, but opponents on differing sides who could disagree well. That rather than dehumanizing opponents, we need to humanize one another through relationship. I pointed out to him that his work and his actions created the atmosphere in which racism and hate flourished. He did not agree. We have continued to meet and did so most recently this week. He continues to attend and film and support far-right rallies across the country. He makes a good living doing this, thriving on the hate economy which drives algorithms on social media. He also occasionally posts pictures of the two of us together, which has led to those who oppose hate to criticize me and the church for being weak, for being naive, for being, to use Lenin's phrase, useful idiots for the far right. Loving our enemy is costly. It is open to misinterpretation in a world where polarization is the norm. But the hard relational work of loving our neighbor, who may also be our enemy, intent on spreading hate, is ultimately, friends, our call. To oppose hate not just through placards and megaphones, but through conversation and through listening.
Thank you, Pete, Bishops Rhiannon, Aaron and Toby. So far in this session, we've heard various ways in which churches are already responding to refute polarising narratives. We've heard from Pete how he pursued face-to-face conversations with those being drawn towards extremist views, and how his church advocated for their neighbours of other faiths by challenging extremism and strengthening interfaith ties. We heard from Bishop Rhiannon how parish clergy physically helped clear up in the aftermath of unrest in Southampton, how they acted as a point of reassurance and calm to young people, to the elderly and to those of other faiths, and how they're now reaching out using resources such as the Difference course to those who feel unsafe, unloved and unheard. And from Bishop Aaron via Bishop Toby, We hear of Aaron speaking of demonstrations in East Leeds outside one of the hotels housing asylum seekers, and how they have responded with generosity and prayer in the face of animosity. And earlier in our session too, we heard that as church we can provide space to hold honest conversations. As noted in our paper today, there are now far fewer shared spaces in which difference can be encountered and understood. There are a wide range of resources available to support churches in undertaking more intentional listening, and details of those, I understand, are given in an appendix to the paper that you have before you. And the church can advocate for those with little or no voice, and we can help challenge binary thinking. There's a quote from documentary filmmaker Albert Maysles, which I really love and which is still relevant today. And that quote goes as follows: "Tyranny is the deliberate elimination of nuance." Tyranny is the deliberate elimination of nuance. I think this debate that we have currently in our nation needs nuance, and we can help introduce such nuance and to hold space for the majority in the middle ground. So I'm going to hand over to Kira now, who is going to give some ideas around the framing of a broader conversation across the room in this next section. Thank you.
Hi Synod, my name's Kira, Director of the Reconciling Leaders Network. It's lovely to be with you today. I was at the Anglican Consultative Council in Belfast last week, and a representative from Northern Ireland and a representative from Palestine, both separately, talked to the nature of peace, and they described peace as fragile. They said that it requires care, that it is something to nurture. And there's a tenderness almost in how it's held. And I was thinking that this is something that God gives us, this sense of peace. I leave to you my peace. It is something that is gifted to us. And it's this gift that we have. It is not scarce. It does not run out. In fact, it is something that can be made. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. And there's something in that kind of nature of building peace that shapes us and frames us as a family. It's something that reflects that image of God that we are made in. When we build peace, it's not scarce, it doesn't run out, it is for us to be made. And we're talking about some really big things today, and I think there's something about that nature of building peace in our world and with one another. That there can be quite a lot of pressure, I think, on us to represent something or to feel the weight of perhaps people watching us or listening to us, or the lenses in which we come that are all really different, or the kind of associations or groups we have that lead us to think about something a particular way. And actually, in something like Synod, we come with personal cost as well to our relationships, our reputations, our roles, and that we come with great difference between us. And so I guess firstly is thank you for being with us in this session. Thank you for giving your time this weekend. Thank you for thinking about these big issues that we're discussing. And I wanted to offer a really simple framework. There's lots of brilliant frameworks out there. This is one from the Difference course, which talks about 3 peacemaking habits, 3 formational habits: the habit be curious, be present, and reimagine. And this can, if it's helpful, it can frame the conversations that we're going to have this afternoon. It can frame kind of contexts of difference or disagreement for you also outside of this place. But we thought it might be helpful for us to talk through some of the ideas for what can help give us some guidance for our conversations. So firstly, the habit of being curious. This is rooted in the real belief that everybody is made in the image of God, so everybody has innate worth, high value. And that leads us into this posture of listening to the story that maybe we don't know so well, or perhaps we're so over-familiar with, we've maybe stopped listening as well as we could have. And on the next slide, it talks about some ideas of we move away from and towards. So we move away from assumption, prejudice, ignorance into wonder, respectful inquiry, curiosity. I have a friend who has quite different political views than me. I've got quite a lot of friends, but one in particular that I often think about. And I've noticed that I do something. You might be much better people than me, so you might not do this. But sometimes I might see something they post, and I think, right, if you think this politically, you potentially probably think this theologically. And if you think this theologically, you probably also think this kind of sociologically or socially. And I can just confine them to like this sort of quite neat box that I'm like, right, well, if you think that, then you also think this, that, and this. And so I'll just put you there, because then I kind of know how to handle it. And actually, this practice of curiosity helps me knock down some of that box and helps me learn to lean in, to kind of wonder a bit more, to seek to understand their story. And as I seek to understand their story, I also, if I'm honest, realize the limitations of my own. And actually, there's this great power in us coming together into that bigger story that God is doing. So this habit of being curious. Secondly, the habit of being present. We worship an incarnational God whose response to fracture, injustice, or hurt was to walk with, was to be among. And so we hold this kind of invitation to be present with one another in the fractures, in the differences, in the disagreements. And it's not necessarily being present in a place where we all are the same or all agree, but being authentic or real with what we think or believe or hope for, as well as creating space that welcomes someone else to come with what they think, what they hope, what they believe, and what they're dreaming for. So this sense of encountering one another with authenticity, being present, sometimes even if it's a little bit awkward, but having that sense of creating space for one another, as well as being present with who we are in that space. And then thirdly is, be present. There's another slide that just, so some of that, just to link on that sense of like, it moves us away from hostility towards hospitality. We talked about some of that power of breaking bread, of sharing cake, of pastoral response, a sense of not othering, like even what I described my friend, right? That's a practice of othering, right? Well, you're over there in this little box. But actually, how can we break down some of that sense of othering that can lead us into a dehumanizing perspective? And also, how do we sit with lament, knowing that everything isn't as God would have it be? And we might rush to fix, I might sometimes rush to action, but the role of lament is deeply important. Then thirdly, reimagine. So finding hope in the places we long to see, we know that God is renewing the world, that we are a new creation, we are born again, the old is gone, the new has come, and we are invited to join in that reconciling work, that restorative work that God is doing. So this sense of reimagining is to find hope in the places we long to see change, and sometimes it's even being some of that hope. And reimagining is rarely a solo activity. It's almost impossible to reimagine alone. We need the stretching of the Holy Spirit. We need the diversity in the room. We need the difference of voice. We need the breadth of the body of Christ to be able to imagine anew, to be able to see beyond our prevailing circumstances, and to hope for something new. And in that reimagining, we have that opportunity sometimes to be surprised or to find new perspectives and new possibilities. So be curious, valuing one another's story, choosing respectful inquiry over quick judgment. I hold my hand up. Being present, that sense of coming as we are and enabling others respectfully to do so as well. Reimagine, to know that real depth that we need from one another, to move into that places of creativity and hope. So we offer those as a gentle, light framework. It might be you love them. It might be that they don't tickle you in the way that you want to kind of, they don't, give you the frame that you want. But we hold it lightly, and if they're useful for you, please think of them as you go into your time of conversations. And Bishop Rosemary and Bishop Michael will both take us through some kind of interactive time in small group work. So I'll just invite you at this point to kind of form your group. We suggest maybe just about a group of 3 or 4, just so that there's enough time to actually have discussions. But if you turn and find maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 people, maybe you know them, maybe you don't, and just introduce yourselves to one another, and then Bishop Rosemary will come and lead us into our next part.
Hello again, Synod. I know you are finding your groups. Thank you. Good afternoon again, Synod. I see people rushing for the door, so let me say what I've got to say. Having been a chair for 5 years, I know how this works. So, as Kira said, each of us carry different experiences that shape how we see the world. What feels abstract to one person is close to home for another. Your story matters, and so does hearing one another's. So be curious about yourself, about your own story. Think of a time when you encountered division or conflict, or a time when you felt you truly belonged. Kira's set out that framework of how we should go about this, but I just want to say that as we go through that storytelling, after someone shares, reflect back to what you've heard as a mark of active listening, and please only share what you are comfortable to. So I'm going to start off that by just sharing a little bit about my own story. So the scripture I read earlier from Acts about lack of partiality speaks directly into my own story and into the work of racial justice and inclusion in the church, especially in the light of its histories, its silences, and its legacy. One of the stories that has shaped me is that of my father, who came here in the 1950s, and when he tried to go to his local church, he was directed away. I wrote gently, I'm not sure about that, I wasn't there. But he was directed away from the church and encouraged to find somewhere that they considered would be more appropriate to his culture. I have to say, he has stayed away, well, God rest him because he's with our Lord, but he stayed away from the church, apart from high days and holidays, marked family events. Personally, I remember coming here as a young child and being called a WOG by classmates as I started school. I didn't want to say, I think you all know what it is. And attempts were made to class me as educationally backward when I first arrived, until my formidable mother stepped in. At the age of 13, I was refused entry to a disco. Yes, they did used to exist, I'm that old. With my best friend, Carol, my white best friend, and I was refused entry because of my skin color. And Carol tried to argue that as I was not so dark, I should be allowed to pass. There's a quote from Baldwin that I want to just say here. It comes as a great shock to discover that the country that you live in has not in its whole system of reality evolved any place for you. I didn't enter that discotheque, and I began my work on racial justice then at the age of 13. And I could tell you many, many more stories of direct racism that I've faced. But I want to end on a positive note. Years later, very many years later, after much reflection on my faith and how to live out that faith in action, I looked for a faith-based place of connection and belonging in my local community. And despite the history of my family, I thought the parish church might be a good place to begin. From the outset, when I went to my new church, the curate welcomed me, asked my name, and promised to look out for me during the service and in the following week. And she did. And that was the church I was sent from to discern my calling. That simple act of welcome showed me what God's loving hospitality can look like in practice. Not merely the absence of exclusion, but the active recognition of another person's dignity, belonging, and place in the household of God. I invite you to share your stories. You have 20 minutes. Synod. We have about 3 minutes to go before we come back together. So three minutes before we come back together. So good evening again now, Synod, and I hope that because of the buzz that I'm hearing in the room, that you have been able to share and to listen and to notice in the stories that have been told in your small groups. So we're going to now go into a time for feedback, and I need to note that there are some people on Zoom, and if you are listening in on Zoom, there's a team looking out for you, so please do raise your electronic hand and I will receive a note to say that you would like to speak. So now I'm going to ask you, anyone who would like to feedback, to reflect something that you may have learned by listening, something that you've noticed in the sharing and from the stories that you have heard. So we're not coming to the microphones, we've got microphones coming to you. So I'm hoping people outside may come back in if they went out because the room was too noisy. But now if we can take time to listen to some of the stories that you want to bring, not your own personal story, but what you may have learnt or heard. So if people would like to raise their hands, we will get a microphone to you if anyone wishes to feedback. Gosh, all that talking. I can see someone there in a checked shirt, so that gentleman there, and there's the gentleman first of all, and then the lady behind him. So, no, not you first, the checked shirt first. The gentleman in the checked shirt first.
Thank you.
Okay.
David O'Brien, Blackburn 069 in the checked shirt. I wonder if we have a type of Macedonian call, which is where people are desperate and crying out for help. As the church, we need to go to them. And if we believe in the cure of souls for everybody in the parish, that means we need to go to everybody, whether they're right, whether they're left, whether they're in the middle. We can't ignore people. We need to engage. That's what Jesus did. We have the good news of Jesus. Let's go to them.
Thank you. David?
Yes.
Douglas.
Yep. We had an interesting story here from Lincoln where there is probably a potential motion coming in the future about whether one could actually be a clergy person and also be a member of Reform.
Thank you, that's a question. And then behind you? And I'm looking for other people after that. Okay.
In our group, we talked about otherness, the otherness of race, the otherness of class, and how that united us in our experiences, even though all four of us had very different experiences. But nevertheless, we shared this sense of being on the outside looking in. For some people like Dan, it was much more obvious. For other people, it was more internal. And for some, it was the otherness of not being part of the establishment of the church. The church is still incredibly established in many ways and can other people quite often.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a lady behind you, sir, with the blue scarf.
Yeah, we had discussions and saying how actually generations ago, sort of thing, when people came across, like with Windrush, the type of racism, it was people couldn't be challenged because it was assumed that it would happen, whereas rules and things were then changed so that racism wasn't allowed to be said, and the rules and some of the systems, some of them changed in a way, but hearts didn't change. And how do we change people's hearts so that, and we were sort of discussing in the group of how do you then see each other, and it came back again that we are each made in the image of God, and that changes our hearts and how we value the other.
Thank you. Other people? I don't know if there's a microphone over there. There's a lady there in a blue and yellow spotted dress. If I get the descriptions wrong, it's because my cataract is still, needing to sort itself out.
Descriptions of the clothes. Jane Evans, Diocese of Leeds, 326. We had a couple or three stories about people experiencing the feeling of being left behind. One, if I may share it, was this lady's mum lived in the same part of Leicester all her life and now feels that she's the foreigner there because the society all around her has changed. We had a discussion about rural issues and did comment that we felt that the rural issues didn't come through in the various stories and experiences that you presented from the panel, and please do take account of people left behind in a rural context. And just to finish the third one on a positive note, I'm on the chapter of the cathedral in Wakefield, and very conscious that in Wakefield and the surrounding area, people feel left behind because they've lost their mining heritage with all the social structures that came with that. They've also lost the prestige of that city that used to be the county town of the West Riding of Yorkshire and now is not, and it's a down-at-heel city. And one of the things we're doing in the cathedral is arranging a service of lament so that people can actually grieve for what they've lost, while nevertheless being offered some hope and some ways of moving on.
Thank you so much. Other. Did you point someone to me? So, take the microphone there, and then there's at the back. Then there'll be a gentleman at the back in the white shirt. After.
David Hermit, 491 Chester Diocese. In our conversation, we all linked around education. We spoke of the things that happened because we grew up in working class families and went to schools that were relatively ordinary, Church of England, primary schools even, and secondary schools, and the importance of what happened to our classmates. Those who were othered, those who were not allowed to thrive, those who were told that they couldn't be good enough for a professional career, when in actual fact they were. And one story of someone who became a barrister who was sitting in court and one of their classmates was being sent down for 8 years. And that classmate recognised them and said, at least one of us did well. And there is this sense, I think, that in our schools, we do have already the potential for the unity that we seek in the church. We have, if you look at the statistics, we have a wide range of people from different backgrounds in our church schools, and we have an opportunity there to model the unity that we want to see in the church. And we, as three who spoke about our own experiences, could testify to that schools were a vital part of unity.
Thank you so much. The gentleman there in the white shirt.
Falak Sher, I'm from Pakistan, but from the Diocese of Manchester. I like this English phrase, under the skin we are the same. But for some, color matters. When I took a post as a priest in charge in one of the parish, the rumor went around the neighborhood, has he come to turn and convert this church into mosque? So first thing I did, to put my name on the notice board that I have not come here to convert this church into the mosque, but I have come to convert you to be a Christian. The other way of uniting our Padosi, as Bishop Toby mentioned, Padosi in Urdu, which means neighbors, how to bring the neighbors together. So I introduced them the theology of curry, the theology of hospitality. My wife used to cook, and I used to serve. And that's how we brought our neighborhood together and unite them. And one of the lady, God bless her, called Alice, she died. When we invited her, the rumor was she hated the smell of the curry. I said, never mind, we'll make a plain omelette for her. When she came, I reluctantly offered her, would you like to try a little bit? And reluctantly she tried, and she went for second. And the rumor around the neighborhood went, she went for second. So I think the curry is the symbol of unity because it...
Thank you so much. We have one more contributor to this session. Thank you.
We began with curiosity, asking questions, listening, and then the question came up, well, there's so many different views, so many different perspectives. What difference can we make in so big an ocean of difference? And the scripture which came up was a little yeast leavens the whole loaf, and a single ray of light banishes the dark, so we can make a difference.
What a beautiful note to end this section on. Thank you so much.
So we've been talking and sharing stories, and there's a slight overlap between what we've just done, and the next section, which we've called responding, resources, and practical actions. It's good that we've done this today. This is just one piece of work. There'll be other work going on in dioceses all over the place. There is in my own diocese in Birmingham. There will be in yours. And of course, this will come back to Synod. So this is just a kind of work in progress. But at this stage, we're really keen that we can disseminate resources and advice about practical actions and so on. And so you've been sent, everybody here will have received by email a sheet of resources. These aren't particularly commended by the working group, but these are resources that are already in place, some of which you may find useful, others not so much in your context. So do look out for that email. But we're aware there'll be other resources that people are using that we're not aware of, and we want to kind of build a bank of resources and understanding of what people are doing and how things are going in your own context. And we're keen to get your responses about how today has been and what's been covered and so on, so that we can keep being, it's an iterative process. We want to keep delivering something effective here as a group who are trying to take a lead on this on behalf of the Church of England. So there are 3 questions coming up on the screen and also a QR code. So I'm going to invite you to get back into the groups you were just in and focus your discussion on, ideally, touch on all three of these, but let's be real. You'll probably have time for one, maybe two. But it would be great if you would focus your discussion on these 3 bullet points, and certainly on one of them, and not on something else altogether, and answer those questions. We will then get some feedback from a couple of groups. We won't have lots of time, but we'll get some feedback. It'd be good to hear from the floor. But because not everybody will get a chance to feedback, there will be a QR code up on the screen, and if you connect with that, you'll be able to put directly in information that would otherwise not be shared, and we will then be able to gather that. We'll have a database or a bank of that for wider sharing. So we're going to have 15 to 20 minutes back in groups, and then we'll have a roving mic. So the time now, 39 minutes past 5. 15 minutes from now, so just before 6, we'll have the roving mic. We'll come back together. So over to you into groups. 5 minute. Could we just a 5 minute warning? 5 minute warning. 5 minutes. Could I ask us to can we turn on the mics? Thank you. Oh, good. Thanks. Could I bring us back together, please? Wonderful. We've got 10 minutes to receive some feedback from the 3 or 4 roving mics. The QR code should come up anytime now. The QR code, just so you know, takes you, I'd really encourage you, if you've got your phone with you, to engage with the QR code. It will take you to a very simple form with 6 questions. which will be, you won't need to take a long time to answer them, but they'll be really helpful for us in terms of understanding the mind of Synod and therefore kind of shaping, focusing the work of this working group and resources going forward. So if you could engage with the QR code, that will be taken seriously and will inform the work going forward. So please do that if you can. So just some feedback from a couple of groups on these three questions of resources, responses, practical action. You were first up with your hand like a bullet. Amazing. If we could, yeah, wonderful. Just to line up and just there and at the back there. So we'll do in those order. 1, 2, 3.
Well, St Albans 203. We were uncertain about the question in terms of pride in the community and the nation. We thought of some well-known 20th century totalitarian dictators who created fantastic pride in the nation, but it's not the kind of thing we want. We wondered whether it was more about pride in our communities and love for our people, because it's people, not nations, that are made in the image of God.
Great, thank you. Where was just here above the sign, above the exit.
It was on what can we do, what resources do we need as churches to connect, and we started off talking about places of welcome, about finding out what people are doing and then connecting as church. But I've just heard this fantastic, you did it, you share it.
Chapel Jim Corby. It's a redundant church in the round that never really worked because if you were part of the Scots population, you wanted a sort of round church. You were a Catholic, you go to the Catholic church. If you were a Presbyterian, you'd want a long, narrow church. And if you were London Overspill like me, you'd want car boot sales. But we had the opportunity to use this redundant church, effectively redundant, to turn it into a gymnasium. And we had a guy who had a gym that was being priced out of its shed in the town, and he knew gyms. He was a fellow who had come to the Lord in prison, but he knew gyms. He'd been in the army and everything else, but he knew gyms, and it was highly feared and respected in the town as one of Corby's fixers. We started the gym about 9 years ago with just a few bits of kit. We moved some of the pews out of the way, put some mats on the floor so that we could do Thai boxing and things like that. And the gym has gradually built up, and we've now got a larger congregation than the cathedral with 1,800 members and loads of opportunities to talk with them, share with them, invite them to our church, and look for other ways of developing what we were doing. I think my key message out of that is seize the opportunities that are in front of you. Play most of your matches on the away pitch. People feel a lot more comfortable chatting in a gym than they do trying to get through the wooden doors of an old church. So this is just simply my message to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At the back there.
We talked about in our group around the question, what can the church do to offer identity, purpose and belonging? I guess our conversation was around actually acknowledging global majority heritage Christians that are part of this church. I don't have anywhere to go. This is my home. So when I'm told as a Christian, go home, it would be lovely for my church to acknowledge me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. A couple more. One just there. And then we'll have Douglas and then just there. So those three in that order.
Yeah, so we had an interesting conversation about the idea of actually being British and being English and actually trying to perhaps change that narrative to be evangelistic and change the narrative of what that means. So I come from an area that would be very high Brexit, We've got lots of Reform MPs. We'd have conversations. We'd love to celebrate St. George's Day. But it's turning that nationalism actually into what it means to be British as a hospitality and welcoming the other. And perhaps how to control that narrative a bit to make it more gospel than more nationalistic. We didn't come up with any real solutions, just a sort of a desire that actually there's perhaps opportunity within this idea of, England, it's a Christian country. So, okay, well, we'll see you on Sunday then. We didn't get much further than that, though, did we?
Thank you. And then just here. The QR codes are working. It's not working. Okay. I'm told they're trying to sort it. And I'm seeing motions from up there. They're trying to sort it. Bear with us. Douglas, and then just here.
Douglas 064, that's Birmingham. In our group, I think in terms of resources, we felt that what's needed as resources would be good theology. Theology that's level-headed, that people can actually use in order to maybe bat off and challenge whatever is being exposed and talked about. Good theology will be very helpful as a resource to our churches.
Thank you. No. Okay. Was there just here, just on the front bench, just there? We'll go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just a general question. Can you stand up if you're in the chamber and you're 19? 19 years old? 20? 21? 22?
Yeah.
I think some of what we were discussing was representation, and for all three of those points, I've got a 19-year-old son and a 24-year-old daughter, and I would have said their answers would probably be representation, but also representation of the Church of England online for their generation, because a lot of their conversations about church and about Jesus and about faith are happening online about online church.
Thank you very much. And just behind you on this, the second bench, that's it.
Thank you, Paul Cartwright, Leeds 133. I think what I'd really like is to see some stats, some myth busters, so when we get the echo chamber going, we can actually feed into that. And if Cuff could do that, like they drill it down to the parish level, that would be fantastic.
Wonderful. Last one. We'll do here and then the last one just there. So just here, yes, just there, and then that, and then just there, the lady on the front bench. Last one.
Thank you, Gavin Collins, Bishop of Dorchester, 30. It's always hardest to see the log in your own eye. We need good theology. A lot of this is about silos, isn't it? And about overcoming silos. The video with the young girl at the feast who brilliantly said, if we were all sent back to where we came from, it would be boring, it would be dull, there'd be no learning from each other. As a church and as a synod, we silo all the time. We get together with people who agree with ourselves, churchmanship-wise, theology-wise, and all the contentious debates, and we don't want to learn from those different to us. We want to stay in the security of those who agree with us. What right have we got to speak to the nation about racial differences when we won't even speak to ourselves with a listening respect about theological differences? There's a log in our eye, and I think we need to name that.
Thank you. And then, thanks, Gavin. And then final comment from over here.
Our family church is a large one in central London. When my mother came, she said, "It's the United Nations here," and it is but what has given a sense of unity and purpose and belonging is belonging to Christ. And that is preached clearly all the time. And I think there's nothing else that will do that. Nothing else can bring identity, purpose, and belonging.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for those responses. I presume the QR code is still not working. It's working. Praise the Lord. Wonderful. I'm going to hand over to Bishop Martin.
Thank you, Michael, and that's a great relief. So please do, yes, use the QR code, continue to feed in your thoughts. We're going to begin to draw to a close. We've just got one or two final reflections as we do so, and in the light of all we've heard. But let me just say, first of all, I was going to wear my England shirt for this debate. It seemed rather appropriate given the little thing that's happening later on this evening. And I do actually have a personal confession to make here actually as well, because so one of my ancestors was actually the first ever manager of the England football team. There we are. His name was Walter Winterbottom. I'll leave you to decide yourself what the relationship is between his surname and mine. But watching England play football is a good exercise, I think, in being realistic about our expectations and our history as well. We'll see. I'm full of hope for what may happen this evening, but we know not to raise our hopes too high. I want to say a huge thank you for your part in this session today. I hope you valued the fact that we've done it slightly differently. I'm very conscious that in the first half we heard from a lot of bishops. We've tried to balance that in the second half by hearing from a lot of other people. But I do know that this is difficult. There are difficult questions underlying all of this, and difficult emotions as well that I know people will have felt during the course of this session. But thank you for being a part of it. And I hope in some small way we may have shown that actually in telling stories and in listening to one another's stories, that itself is a tremendous gift to one another in the church, but I believe also in our engagement with wider society as well. Very quickly, in terms of next steps, if you would like to be involved with this work going on, I would love to hear from you. We are very fortunate in terms of having a group of bishops who have been working on this. It was set up as a bishops' working group very deliberately. But we do now want to explore. We're only 6 months into that work. We want now to explore how we broaden that and get others involved. So I would love to hear from you if you have thoughts and ideas about how we do develop this further. All you feed in with through the QR code, we will be looking at, because we are very keen to develop further resources for local communities. So this is about how we resource local churches to be involved in this work. But it's a twin-track approach as well. So because I am a Lord Spiritual, one of the 26 bishops who sits in the House of Lords, it's been extraordinary for me to experience that even as this has come up in conversation and people have come to know that we have set up this group within the Church of England, that itself has opened all sorts of doors in terms of conversations. So I do want to say that we're not alone in many of the concerns that we have, and we will be seeking to work in partnership with others, particularly as we think about how we tell our national story. I'm going to stop at that point and just introduce, as I say, two others who are going to help us reflect on all that we've heard and said today. And one of them, I'm delighted to say, is one of the young people who is a representative here on Synod. Eleanor, do come and join me. And I'm delighted that Eleanor's bishop is sat right in front of her as well, just to cheer her on as she speaks. Come and join us.
Eleanor, motion 495. Letting the church become more than a building, but a beacon of hope to unite all faiths and all walks of life, for each person has a story to tell and has become the place of safety. Everyone has a place at the table, but they won't know unless you invite them, whether that's online or in person. Welcome people like Jesus did, like he taught us to do as his disciples. Letting the church become a safe space for the community, the schools, to teach love, not hatred. Difference for Schools is a resource that teaches us to be present, to be curious, and to reimagine for all ages. Also learn from this. Take these stories and be influenced by them, using schools to nurture children, to become the change we want to talk about. Saying things is easy, wanting to make a difference is fantastic, but taking the step is what matters most. Don't stay silent even when it feels easier to do so. Sitting and actually listening to what people are saying and not becoming argumentative because views are different to your own. Become face to face with people and young adults and welcome people into the church. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eleanor. And it's a delight as well then to be able to introduce Nathan, who, as we have been talking today, has been working on some art and possibly poetry as well. I don't know Nathan, but Nathan's from Leicester, by the way, I have to say that. One of our representatives on Synod. Over to you.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, so we can dim the lights if possible. Okay. What a mystery is existence. Such potential, such opportunity. But to realize it all, we need light. Pure, brilliant light that cuts through the darkness and defines the shadow and sets the stage for the grand drama of life into which we stand, one by one, called to turn towards that light and called to turn towards that light together. And as we explore together such wonderful patterns, such wonderful opportunities, except we do not enter an empty canvas or a blank stage. There are forces beyond our understanding, shadow agendas that drive division and separation, where that unity becomes lessened and new identities form that cause us to look inward and turn us away from that light. And as that happens, our contributions to each other and to the world start to become less dim until there's only shadow, and it can seem as if the very light itself has been withdrawn. And a line has been drawn, and all hope is lost, except the light itself is unafraid. The light still shines, and it calls out for those who are brave enough to approach that threshold, brave enough to approach one another, brave enough to turn towards that light together. And as they do so, they will start to release others to do the same. And they will enter the light and start to release the others until the others become one another, defeating and defying those agendas of darkness and shadow and division, and instead becoming celebrated, becoming redeemed, becoming renewed by the light of Christ that shines through us together into the land and in to eternity. And as you look at the final sculpture, a symbol of the unity of under the light that can shine out beyond what we know far into eternity and far into people's hearts, take a moment now to see and hear what God has to say to you.
We say thank you to Nathan. Finally, I'm going to ask Bishop Mike Royal of Churches Together in England to come and say a final word and then to lead us in prayer. But I've also been asked to say, please also stay then for our closing worship. We have a gospel choir leading us this evening. Mike.
Thank you, Nathan, in your reflection, artistic reflection at the end of speaking about bravery. I think all of us came with all kinds of apprehensions, but we came, and that's been brave, and we've journeyed together. And I want to thank you each one, not only for coming, but engaging. It's been wonderful to hear the buzz and the engagement in the room. Last night I was reflecting in a fringe meeting at the end of this quinquennium as an ecumenist, as a Pentecostal, what I love about the Church of England, and one of the things I reflected was that the voices of the bishops, the voices of the clergy, the voices of the laity, and how particularly the laity is valued. And much of what I want to say in wrapping up is really for you to hear back what you've been kind of saying as part of this discussion. But I want to say this: I think it's been good that this initiative has been led by the bishops. I think that gravitas from the bishops has helped to kickstart this, which we hope will become a journey that others can join and be part of. We also recognise the need for more ethnic diversity voices from the front, and I know that's something that we are really going to lean into. This isn't the start of a journey, it is just the start. But I think it's a recognition that the church has a particular and peculiar role in bringing healing to our nation at this time. Perhaps some might have wanted something a little more punchy. I think at this early stage it was really important for the conversation to be broad and to get as many people as possible on the train, and we're really pleased that people have stayed, most people have stayed for the duration of our conversation. We've heard lots from the front, but most importantly we've heard from you. I think we were asked a really pertinent question: can people be members of particular parties and be members of Church of England clergy? And I think that's something that needs to be wrestled with. The opportunity to model the kind of society we want in our church schools is huge. And I think that the Church of England and other denominations that have church schools are uniquely placed to use that opportunity. It was lovely to hear a South Asian voice, a pastor sharing about coming to a new parish and actually breaking down the walls of suspicion through cooking and serving. And I think that's something that all of us can take away. Food really does bring people together. We had a lovely quote: "A little yeast leavens the whole loaf. A shaft of light dispels the darkness." Nathan, in his artistic demonstration, has practically demonstrated that to us this evening. We heard the encouragement to use neutral spaces like gyms and community centres, but also acknowledging as we're having these conversations that when there are narratives like "Go Back Home," to reaffirm that we welcome and embrace fully those from global majority heritage backgrounds. We heard about the importance of engaging not just in person, but particularly young people online, because online spaces are just as important as in-person spaces. We heard about leading with statistics and overcoming silos. We've got to be different about leaning into those who are different from us. And remembering that we belong in Christ, that we are one in Christ, and that must be a guiding principle in all our interaction. We also heard the importance of building a bank of resources, that these need to be good theological resources. And it's really important that we recognise that some of those resources are already out there. We've heard about the work of the Feast, which in Birmingham and in other parts of the country, I know the work of the Feast very well. I was once a trustee of the Feast. I commend it to you and your churches. We've got the Welcome Churches initiative, which is incredibly important in helping to remove dividing walls. We've got the Difference course, which Kira and her team lead and has been so effective in so many churches. And we have the Kingdom Over Nation resource that ecumenically churches together in England have put together, bringing together a wide variety of voices. And you can find that resource and download it at www.cte.org.uk. And I think I probably want to finish what I've got to say by saying you're not, as a Church of England, you're not alone. There are other churches who are grappling with this, and ecumenically we can move forward together and see our nation again rise above division and create a sense of oneness and of unity. So it leaves me just now to pray, and then after I have prayed, please hang about because we want to hear from the gospel choir. So if you'd like to stand, if you're able to stand, please stand as I close in prayer. How good and how pleasant it is for brothers and sisters to dwell together in unity. It is like the oil that ran down the beard of Aaron, even down to his skirts. It's as though the dew of Hermon has fallen on Mount Zion. For there the Lord commands a blessing, even life forevermore. Father, we thank you that our conversation has spoken life into dead places. And we pray that as we leave this place and go back to our localities, that, Lord, we will take what we have learned from each other and learned from you back to those places. And that, God, we would become those peacemakers who bring people together. You said, blessed are the peacemakers. Lord, this is a ministry that we commit to leaning into. Help us as we do so to resist the forces of darkness that would seek to divide, and to proclaim the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ, which says all are welcome. Thank you, Lord. We just ask you now that we will keep the hay, we will allow the sticks and the shaft to be blown away, that, Lord, that which is left will germinate in our hearts and bear forth fruit in our communities and in our churches through Jesus Christ, our Lord. And all God's people said, Amen. Thank you and God bless you.